Alrighty, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a awesome Saturday morning here at Imola. It's Alan Paterson, and I am commentating on the Imola 4 Hours, our last end of year mini endurance. And joining me in the booth is my good friend Sas van der Westhuizen. Sas, how are you?
Hello, Alan. Hello, everybody. I'm doing quite fine, thanks yourself. Some good racing on this Saturday morning to happen, and just looking forward to spending the rest of this day with you, with everybody.
Excellent, agreed. It's a stunning looking day, and I think we're gonna have some awesome racing coming up. We've got a whole bunch of really fast drivers from a few leagues here today. Sas, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the event and what's happening and how many drivers, etc.
Yeah, so by the looks of it, there's about 32 drivers today. My timing screen shows 31, but that is actually Alan sitting in his space car. He'll be running some awesome camera angles for us today.
Yes.
And we're doing a 4-hour endurance race. Now, for those who aren't in the know with what endurance racing is like, this is where teams of 2 or more drivers team up and they take part in the race with one car. In this case, we've locked it down to only 1 or 2 drivers per entry. There are there's actually 2 cars. I'll get the names in a bit. 2 cars that consist of only 1 driver, but these 2 drivers will then take turns going out on track and doing about hour-long stints at a time. They won't necessarily take turns like every hour. It might be that one driver decides to drive the first 2 hours of the race and the second driver the last 2 hours, or however they please. There's a bit of a minimum rule involved, so each driver is required to do at least 40 minutes of driving. I think there's also some mandatory pit stops. They have to add some fuel as well. It's going to make for some exciting racing. And then to further make it interesting, this is a multi-class event today.
Yes.
Where we have a lot of quite a handful of GT3 cars and 7 GT4 cars on track. So it's going to be interesting. Somebody did the math and they said the GT4 cars will be lapped for about 360 times during this race. So it's going to make for some interesting racing, seeing how people work through traffic and make their way on track, and just seeing all these battles unfold. And then also we're having a bit of a giveaway that's been sponsored by Logitech and I think Paterson Works
Racing.
Sim Racing.
EWSL.
So there's a button box that's sponsored and Logitech Shifter, if I remember correctly, and we'll be giving these out throughout the event. So do stay tuned. We'll let everybody know when this is going live and what you need to do to enter into the competition.
Awesome, exactly. Yep. So we theoretically are supposed to have 32 teams entered. With if every team has 2 drivers, they don't all, but the majority of them do. 64 drivers here today. We've had one driver unfortunately not be able to join due to personal reasons. So there are 2 cars that are actually driving, that are going to be driven by single drivers for the entire 4-hour stint. We'll cover them just now. So yes, the idea here is a fun end of year event, as we said earlier, but to mix and match the 2 classes. So this is going to add another element of skill needed, where the guys racing skills are going to be put to the test, where the GT4 cars present their own race, and they're in their own race. There are 7 of them, but the GT3 cars are going to need to bide their time. There's no guys are not going to just jump out of the way now. They're going to have to actually drive past the GT4 cars as they'll be in their own race. So it's going to provide a day of some very interesting and cool racing. The the specs so far for the entries, as we're busy watching Ross Bartle in his Aston Martin going around a bit, the majority of the cars on the track, I think, are Aston Martin and Mercedes, as you can see on the tower. The timing tower, that's the most favored of the brands. It withers down from there with a handful of BMWs. There's a handful of McLarens and a single Bentley, a single Ferrari, and some Lexus. There are no Audis and there are no Lamborghinis. In the GT4 class, we've got 2 Porsches, 3 Chev Camaros, and a Ginetta and a BMW M4. So couple of mix and matches on the brands and the manufacturers, but it should provide some interesting racing.
Yes, indeed. I'm hearing some news. Luckily, we have the ability. Alan, can you maybe turn up the car volume?
Car volume.
A tad? Yes.
Sure. Let me.
I want to hear those engines roar.
Okay, give me a sec.
And while you do that, I managed to track down who is our lone drivers today. It is in the number 17 car, Chris Dos Santos, and in the number 33 car, Shane Bud. Is it Shane or Sean?
Right. We are on helicopter view, so that's not going to help as far as audio goes. So we'll do a test now, and we should have better sounds. Oh, that looks much better on my UV, but we don't want the game to overpower your channel or me, so there is audio there now. If we go into onboard, yeah, there we go. Hopefully that sounds a bit better.
Okay, so I see Melvin Gous in chat asking about lapping. We touched on the topic, but I didn't quite explain it. In this multi-class event, when a GT3 car is lapping a GT4 car, the blue flag is just telling the GT4, well, the slower car that a faster car is approaching. And in this case, the GT4 car still has right of way on the racing line. They can, as long as they stick to a predictable racing line, the responsibility is on the GT3 car to ensure they make a clean overtake. So this doesn't mean diving down the inside of the turn and being overly aggressive. It means be patient, make sure because you've got the grunt, you'll be able to easily overtake the GT4 cars on the straights. Now I'm maybe showing how little I know about the GT3 on GT3 lapping, but I think in essence it stays the same. But this, knowing that battling while you're in an endurance race, it usually makes more sense to just slowly pull off the racing line or do a quick lift to let the quicker car by, because you only end up losing time trying to battle somebody. It's all about getting consistent pace down and making sure that you get to the end of the race.
Yes, exactly. So I've switched to camera view, and we've just watched Steve Kenny in his Camaro and one of the Mercedes-Benz come past. That was actually the Mercedes of
bright yellow Mercedes of CCK with Antonucci
Chris
and
Heineke, Chris Langeveld, Chris Heineke.
So many yellows, yes.
Anyway, and yeah, they made the overtake on the straight between Aqua Minerale and going up to Variante Alta. So the GT3s have ample speed to get by, and the fact that it's a 4 hours, it's not a 1 hour sprint, but it is essentially going to still be a race, and the guys will treat it as a sprint race. But they're going to have to just bide their time, and they're going to have to get past where it's essentially safe to do so. So. The primary rule here is that the GT4s have right of way, the GT3s need to find their way around.
Yeah, there's the 7 GT3 cars. These cars they're really nice cars to drive, and I think from what I've seen in other races, they're quite evenly matched. So it's going to make for some close racing, and you don't want to end up ruining a GT4 race just because you're that bit faster and in a different class. So you're being respectful of your of the other people on track,
Exactly.
and making sure that everybody can race their heart out and enjoy it all.
I've been asked just to turn the names on, which I'll turn on just for quali. I'm not going to leave them on in the race though. The name tags over the cars, I think it's Control V, there we go. I think it just looks better without the name tags. It's a more realistic picture, but for now we're going to leave the name tags on just through quali. Currently watching Dirk Swanepoel in his Gulf liveried Chev Camaro in the GT4 class. Time-wise, yeah, I think it was, whoever mentioned how many times the overtakes are going to happen, I don't think that's entirely correct. 360 times in 4 hours is a little bit too much overtaking in my opinion. I think it'll be less. Oh, I see a little bit of an incident down there at Ravazza.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's about a 10-second. There's about a 10. Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing math in my head. What did we say? About a 10-second time difference between these guys. So if a fast car's lap time averages what, 1 minute?
1 minute 45
right
is about race pace from what I've seen, and that means then if it's 10 seconds slower, it's a 1:55 for the GT3 class.
Right, so almost 2 minutes a lap. Okay, so we'll be able to work this out after about an hour to see how many laps the guys are doing in an hour.
I think the important thing that the calculation was considering was it wasn't just counting how many times they would be lapped, it's counting how many times a car would lap them. So taking the GT3 cars into account, multiplying it by the amount of laps that they would be behind. That was the rough estimate, which I think put it at 360.
Alright, cool, got you. Okay, so I've just found or seen a little bit of a incorrectness here, but in the spotter's guide I've got Jordan Sheraton Rowe in Aston Martin, but they're actually in a Mercedes-Benz, so that makes the spotter's guide wrong for that one, but not too serious. Right, down to 33 minutes of quali. As you can see in the top right corner, this is our temperatures for the race event. I don't think it'll change too much between now and the race, but then again it's a Assetto Corsa and there is weather variability. I just don't think it's set very high. So chances of rain, I'm gonna just rather not say anything about that. I doubt there will be. 26 degree track temperature with ambient 25 degrees, a little bit of a breeze blowing, and it's cloudy, as you can see. So we shall watch that and see if anything changes moving on. Up at the sharp end of the stick, we have a change in the positions with Langerfeld, car 100 in their Mercedes at a 141.1. Now that's good going. Jadwat was just now at the top end of the timing sheets in the 142, so I think this is, although Jadwat is there just below him, 600ths behind, so the guys are starting to pick up the pace. Junior McCall in third place, also in a Mercedes, half a second back. Ross Bartle in the first Aston Martin, also just behind in fourth place, also 5/10. And then Minnar in another Mercedes, 6/10. Lionel Clue in the first Lexus, and Mark Antel in the first BMW, a second, 1.1, 1.2 seconds back down the grid. Peters in the first McLaren in 8th, Krokkamp in another Mercedes, and Westhuizen in a McLaren rounding out the top 10. Top 10 cars separated by 1.5 seconds, so the pace is quick already, and we still have half an hour of quali to go here.
Yeah, there's somebody was expressing some concern in the driver's brief that the GT4 cars might not have a clean lap for quali, but that also means that the GT3 cars might feel impeded by the GT4 cars. But I don't think that's too big of a problem because everybody will be in the same boat, and
Great.
we'll eventually find our way. I do see that Imperatorius in 556, that's an Aston Martin. He hasn't set a valid time yet, so currently he's listed behind the GT4 class, which might make it a bit difficult at the start. He's going to be slowed down quite a bit in that first lap trying to get past.
Look, I think he's still working on getting a quali time. He's still got half an hour, but he is in amongst some traffic here, although he should get through without a problem. This is the GT4 Ginetta just up ahead of him, and he goes past that. So, yeah, Marius, I'm sure he'll find his way through the traffic, and he should get a lap time very shortly. I was mentioning earlier actually, he looks like he's on a quick lap now, so we're just going to stick with him now as he heads down the start-finish straight, heading towards the line, and we'll see where he goes here. And did they take? Nope, he still hasn't put a quali lap in. So, what I can tell you, Sass, and I'll do this via my my car camera. And I discovered this the other day. We raced in a 12-hour, as you very well know.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just get the camera down here. Okay, so I have taken us to the main straight, just at this little kink. Oopsie, that was too quick. Right, this little kink here. If you put both the wheels over this white line, the lap gets invalidated. And you can see these guys are running very close to the barrier here. So 2 wheels is okay, but if you get all 4 wheels over this white line, which is what I think Marius might have done, like that your lap will be invalidated.
That might be the case. Yeah. It's about trying to take the shortest route around the track.
Exactly.
And it's a very fine line to ride.
So that's going to be I think that's going to be an interesting area to watch, and you could get your lap invalidated if you go over that little curve back there. So
he was also not doing extremely fast laps, but he does jump into 24th now with a 147.
Oh, there we go. Right, so yep.
now he's ahead of the GT4 cars. All of the GT3 class is now ahead.
All right, so all back to normal then. I am finding it interesting. One of our other well-known aliens, a Mr. Jordan Sherritt, is currently down in 25th at the moment.
Maybe he's setting a bit of a challenge for himself. Start at the back and then let's see what I can do.
Because he's at the back of the GT3 grid, so maybe somebody can share this. We didn't officially welcome everyone to the YouTube, so officially welcome everyone to the YouTube channel. I see Peter Geldenhuis is there, head of the sim racing crew, and Devin Lesh is there. How's it, Devin? Sure, shattered to hear about your news, but hope it's all okay, my friend. Melvin Khos, hello. Martin Jabir, hello. Matt Gee and Gastrel, Jason's there. Endrin, how's it, buddy? All the way from, I think, Natal, South Coast somewhere. Dirk Brand, he's commented, and a few others. So great to have everybody on board. We have 30 people here already, and we're still 25 minutes of quali left.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun race today.
It is. It's going to be huge.
Well, as I was like contemplating what Mr. Sherratt was doing, he just goes out of pits. So maybe he heard me saying he's got a plan, and now he's just deciding, let me go and see if I can get that pole position. Which I'm sure he should. I haven't quite seen what the qualifying. The best time today has been set by Christopher Langeveld. That was a 1:41.1.
Yeah, he's quick.
That is extremely quick.
No, his best time, not his last lap.
That was what I was reading, 1:41.
Yeah, 1:41.1. Sorry, yeah. I thought you said 1:44. So yeah, 41s. That's a really quick lap. Obviously, our renowned, world-renowned, and famous online YouTube streamers, the guys that do this for a living, Jardir, etc. I've seen numbers in the 39s already for this track. So,
but some of us have jobs and lives outside of this. This is more of a hobby than our job for us.
Exactly.
I see Devin Lesher saying Jordan was doing low 40s, so we should expect him to be up front.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Dave. And Shiraz is there, how's it? And Dammit Apparel's there, hello. Junior McCall currently sitting in the car for the McCall family and sitting in third place. Also in one of the new Evo Mercedes-Benz GT3s. It's got such a mean look to it, this front end with the big open grille. Speaking of which, I was a little bit disappointed at the turnout for the Kyle Army. Did you see any of that, Sass?
I had it on in the back. I was like in the background. We were moving and backing up, so I didn't watch all of it. And there was F1 going down, but yeah, it was a bit disappointing. It was good knowing that they still managed to do the race, but it was sad only seeing 12 cars on the track.
Exactly.
I was really hoping to see a bit of a bigger field.
Yeah, I mean, none of the Mercedes-Benz came through. I heard after the event that it was down to the quarantine periods, that when they return to Europe, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks. And because it was just before Christmas, this sort of put a lot of families and most of that team membership in quarantine. So they decided, and they weren't lying for any position, which is one of the fundamental reasons.
Ultimately, I can respect that. It's important spending time with family, and they're away a significant chunk of the year. So having them make the decision to say no, rather go spend the time with your families. We've done well. We had our races, but we can skip this last one. It's not ideal for us as spectators, but these guys are these teams are people too. So.
Yeah, so we had no Lambos on the track. There were no Mercedes. The big Godzilla Nissans didn't come, and there was only one Honda, which looked like it was going to actually walk the event this year. And then they had a whole pile of problems when the rain came down, and pit stop strategies threw them a curveball. So congrats to Walkenhorst BMW and Sheldon van der Linde, our South African driver, for winning the Kyle Army 9 hour. It did feature wet and dry. It did rain, not a torrential downpour like it was last year, but it happens in the Highveld as it happens every year.
Sorry, Jordan Sherratt is up 4 seconds on his Delta. That might put him on a sub 40 lap time. Or am I reading the gap in my time? No, that's the Delta. That's a 0.5 Delta.
5-6 seconds.
I was reading the last lap, which was probably invalid. That's a
Yeah.
143.
Okay.
His valid lap is a 148, so that's why the delta is so big. But an 8-second delta that then does put him in the low,
You see
in the high 40s.
I'm gonna just do a replay there. Just watch the live stream, and you'll see he puts both wheels over that. Yeah. See, that lap
yes.
was invalid. So I'm gonna go back on the replay 30 seconds. Watch here. Selected the wrong car. Right, here he comes onto the start finish straight, and you watch. He pushes both four wheels into the green. There. Okay, I'm ahead of the stream time, but
Yeah. No. He definitely he made a boo boo there.
yeah. So you do that, and your lap's going to be invalidated. Simple. Right, we've had a change up at the front. Christopher Langeveld still in pole, but we've got Junior McCall up into second place now. They've passed Bashir Jadwat. So the McCall's getting quicker.
It's less by 200ths of a second.
I know. Look how close first, second, and third is right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Like, I'm excited to see what Sherrod can do.
Yeah.
But these times are really, really tight. Just quickly looking at the GT3s. Anu Fasahi is on a 149. That's quite quick. I mean, that's less than the 10 seconds of delta between the cars.
Yeah. Anu Fasahi here in the metallic green BMW M4. We're currently watching him on the stream. Martin Jabé on YouTube. Yep. Team PWSR are not representing today, unfortunately. Kieran's working. His job is as a sports coach, and he's got some coaching that he's busy with this weekend. So the guys decided against entering today. So no PWSR on the track, I'm afraid. Okay, so what I wanted to say, and I've got a chance now. This BMW is being driven by my good friend Chris Dos Santos, who's a big BMW fan, as I am, and he was supposed to be partnered up with Devin Lesher for today's race, who has had a personal issue and is unable to take part in the event. So Chris Dos Santos has decided to try and drive the 4 hours man alone. So
that's no easy task.
No,
you did the 12 hours as a 3-man team, which would put you at about 4 hours of driving time each. How did you feel after that, Alan?
Even with the gaps and the rests, I tell you what, it was it's a lot of work, seriously. So you've got to have your refreshments and eats and all the rest, and you've got to have a really good bladder to be able to deal with not pit stopping for 4 hours, which is not an easy task. So I take my hat off to Chris for wanting to do this. The other driver, I'm just going to try and find him on the track. He's not the only one. Okay, so why do I have this differently? It's I've got Bernard Peters in this car, but it should be on my spotter's guide, Bud. So here's another little bit of confusion going on, unless they took another driver on.
I think he's racing with an in-game livery.
No, but it's car number 33. I can't see Bud anywhere else on the timing list. So.
Yeah, that's why. Well, we'll see if we.
The livery is the right livery for the car, but I didn't have Peters in this car. I had.
Maybe it's late entry. I'll quickly go and double check on the drivers list.
Because we had Bud as a singular driver as well, so that's why I said earlier there were only 2 cars that were going to be singular drivers. But I've got Peters listed in this car, which means that it's Bud and Peters that are racing.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes. It's Bernard Peters and Shane Budd.
Okay.
They're actually So the spotters guide was compiled about a week ago.
Yeah.
There were 1 or 2 drivers that submitted their livery, and they were alone. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Shane Budd was alone.
Okay.
He didn't get a teammate probably until very recently. So that's why the Spotters Guide will show. For those not in the know, in the description of this live stream, you can find a link to the Spotters Guide. Go and open it, have a look. There was a lot of work put into this, and maybe, hopefully, it helps everybody just being able to identify some of the cars on track.
Got you. Also getting some updates on the YouTube streams. Eddie Krobler's there. Melvin Khoos, how's it? James Leach. Hey buddy, where are you? And why didn't you enter a team? Jason. Now Ellen is confused. No, it's all good, but we wanted to get the Spotters Guide up and live and out there for marketing purposes, so we could, punt the event and punt the tournament and all the rest. So that's the drive, was to get the Spotters Guide built earlier. Right. Jordan Sherritt goes to the top of the timing screens, 140.4, half a second up from Mr. Langeveld. So yeah, there's a bit of traffic coming up here, up and into Variante Alta. So he is showing his speed as was expected. Langeveld second, McCall third. So we now sit with 4 Mercedeses in the top 5, with Ross Bartle, the first other manufacturer, separating a possible 5 Mercedes grid. So I think there's going to be there better be a bit of a patch update with a BOP adjustment done to this Mercedes in the very near future, by the looks of things.
Probably, yes.
Also note how there's no Porsches here today. There are no Lamborghinis and no Audis. So this track predominantly benefits front engine cars, and that's how we're seeing Mercedes, Lexus, Aston, Bentley, BMW. There is a lone Ferrari, and the GT4s are obviously not included in this discussion for obvious reasons, but it definitely benefits front engine cars, that's for sure.
Yeah, the curbs are quite large, and you need to have a car that's nice and stable.
True.
Somebody coined the term, I think Philip Minard, he is racing today with Chantal Hansen. Now I just can't remember what their car number is. I'll quickly track that down. They're 138. They're Flying Gypsies. And he raced with my team last week, it was last week in the Imola 12-hour, and he coined the term sausage curbalitis. That's what the Ferrari suffers from.
Sausage curbalitis.
Yes.
I like it. Okay. I wonder if he's going to patent that. Curbalitis. Watch out for curbalitis. It's like a Punterinos for Jimmy.
Yes.
Okay, well, they're currently sitting in the... Okay, he's rolling now. Looks like Philip Minard's in the car. 13 minutes of quali left, so almost an hour's up. 140.4 down to... Where is the first GT4 car? That would be Onofisaki. In the BMW, Marius Pretorius. So Marius Pretorius sitting at 7-1. He's quickest at 147. I beg your pardon. 147.5 from a 140.5. So 7 seconds separates 25 cars.
That's to be expected. I think the important part is that they're still ahead of the GT4 cars.
Yes. As we seem just off into the sand. Onofisaki currently in the pits. In fact, all of them are in the pits except for Peter Geldenhuys. His only GT4 currently still out, and he's just about to end his lap as he drives into the sand trap. So pictured.
I'm looking at the timetable quickly. Jordan Sherritt has done a 140.4. He's got purple sectors on all 3 sectors. And yeah, it's total delta you said of about 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, I think it's going to be a very interesting race.
Here he comes onto the start-finish line now. You can see now he's leaving 2 wheels outside that white line to validate the lap. And he goes, doesn't change position on that. In fact, that was an out lap, so he's starting a hot lap now. Just change the camera view to the helicam. It gives you a nice idea of his lines around the track. Excuse me. So Imola is the latest track addition to the Assetto Corsa Competizione game. This was released about, what is it now? It's about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, with the Mercedes and the Ferrari Evos as the 2 new car additions.
I actually quite liked their marketing material for this. They said like 2020 isn't over yet, but luckily we have good news for you.
That's awesome, actually. I heard you talking to Ryan earlier on, and you were talking about a British patch. What was that about?
Oh, I was just looking at on the ACC website. There is a roadmap, and they're planning a British DLC. I think in the spring of 2021. I can quickly pull it up.
And what's expected in that, if you can see it?
I'll let you know once I'm there.
Melvin goes on the YouTube. I was like, so James, why aren't you here? And he says Leach got lost in a race a while back, and he's still trying to find his way back to the track. Last seen James going past Angola.
Okay, so there's not a lot of information. It's just there's a DLC, a planned DLC release, and they're calling it the British GT Pack DLC, and it will be available from winter of 2021. So
yeah, 6 months away.
March or something like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, their winter. Okay.
Yeah, their winter.
All right, got you. A British DLC.
Yes. So I'm expecting a lot of the nice British tracks, for us, like to fill up. Just not having
wait a minute.
only.
Sorry to interrupt you. You know what this is going to be? This is to cater for the British GT Championship.
Yes.
Which is the other functional, as we just watched Jordan run wide at Aquamanarale, so he's blown that lap out. Let's go down to watch. Yeah, so back to that. So besides the Silverstone, then we are going to see 1 or 2 other tracks that should be coming, which will include not Brands Hatch. Where's the other track that they race at? Let me go and Google that quickly. Because everyone wants more tracks, you know. That's the bottom line. We want more tracks.
Donington, Netterton.
Yeah, they're not touring cars. It's Donington Park. That'll definitely, the British GT Championship. Here we go. Let's just see where they race this at. Calendar. Oh, they do. So they race at Alton Park, Snetterton, Brands Hatch, Silverstone, Donington, and then one away race at Spa. So Alton, Snetterton, and Donington. We could see 3 new tracks coming out. You're saying?
And I think so. If their winter ends around like end of March, I would expect that to be the sort of release window. But it also depends on their ability to go to the UK and go scan the tracks if they haven't done so already.
Yeah.
I think Imola was one of those opportunities that presented itself after the track had recently been redone.
Okay.
And because they're already, I think Kunos is in Italy. It made it a lot easier to go and do that as a quick extra thing to release for the year.
Which makes sense. Well, in that case, then if they are going to release tracks, they're going to have to release 1 or 2 new cars. And that's specifically in the GT4 class. It looks like the Toyota Supra and the Ford Mustang will be added to the next list.
That is barring that they can get the rights for all of the cars. I've heard of some stories of some manufacturers just saying no way whatsoever.
Interesting.
But it's then interesting. There was a recent collaboration between, I think it was it was Ferrari and Kunos, and they made a mod car for the Ferrari Hublot series.
Okay.
That's free. Oh no, it's not freely available yet to the general public. It was only available to European citizens and only those that signed up for the championship.
Okay.
But it shows that Ferrari as a manufacturer was saying yes, we need this. We're seeing sim racing as an important grassroots form of racing now, and we can contribute what we have to that.
That's awesome. Yeah, everyone seems to be in on this on the YouTubes, so that's cool. Right, we're down to 5 minutes left of quali. Almost time to get this race started. Nothing much changed in the top 5, 6, 7. Wesley Ferrant up into 8th place in the Aston Martin. Bernard Peters and Mark Antal we're watching in the BMW. That's the top 10. The GT4 class. Still Honor currently sitting in the pits in the BMW, so Honor Fasaki, quickest of the GT4s. I'll tell you what, there's a big separation between that BMW and the first Porsche of Stefan Herbst. That's a 2 second or 1.9 second differential. Thereafter everyone's pretty close, so Honor Fasaki's definitely pedaled this BMW way quicker than the other GT4 cars.
He probably tried to drive the wheels off of it.
Yeah. Raymond Duggan, he's out in his Chev Camaro, and I do like this Porsche. I don't know, there's Donnie Miller out in the Ginetta. It's also an awesome looking car, but Waldo Swiggers in one of 2 Porsches, and this livery was accidentally put together, and as they have a little coming together at Travassa, they chose that livery, and somebody pointed out on the Discord channel it's the make of a very famous US works Porsche team or color scheme.
Yeah, I think Dirk said he tried to do a tribute to the Martini livery, and so ended up choosing the one that looks the most stripy.
Yeah.
Picked the colors and ended up looking exactly like the Works team.
Which I've now forgotten, so I need to just go and get it. Maybe you guys on YouTube can tell us what team this car looks like. I've forgotten it now. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but it's not. Very well known. I'll find it. Hang on. They're racing the Endurance series. Here we go. I'll find it now. No, I still can't find their name. Anyone got it? No, it's not Williams. It's not Williams. It's a Porsche. The red and blue stripe is specific to a Porsche team. Sure, it was with something with a K. Not Conrad Racing. Conrad Porsche. Oh, dash! I'll have to find this while we're talking. Right, so just under 2 minutes to go here.
My Discord find tool isn't finding what I'm hoping to find. I'm actually wondering if the message wasn't dropped.
Not GPX Racing. No, man. Oh! It drives me mental when I can't remember something like this.
Surely our co-commentator isn't driving right now. He should know.
Yeah.
Dirk Brandt.
Dirk, yeah. It's bad on me that I can't remember this, man.
GPX Racing.
No. They've been around for like years, man. Yeah, here we go. Hang on. Colors of success. White Porsche with blue and red stripes. Hopefully the article loads. The heck. Anyone? No. Brumos. Brumos Racing. Brumos. So you can go and Google Brumos Racing and you will see the history of the Porsche that they raced from the 80s. The Brumos Porsche 930s, 911s, etc. So it's the US brand Works Porsche team. Brumos Racing. There we go. Okay. And with that, Swiggers does a donut just to celebrate that I worked out who it was. Right. Quali is almost about to end. Jordan goes quicker, a 140.380. Bashir goes back up into second, 0.3 off that, and that looks like that. So get a screen grab of the quali times, and we're going to then
that quickly.
Try and walk down this grid. Problem is you can't scroll up or down the tower.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but I'll probably just read out the names and as we go. Hopefully I can keep count in my head of which is first and second row and
Okie dokes. Ryan Hall is still out on a lap. So he's still got time to finish this lap he's on in his Lexus. That was it was our car of choice in this 12 hours. It was actually a very well behaved car, I must say. Very stable, very easy to drive. All three of us were pretty good. And I think Leslie and Kieran got the Lexus down into the 42s. Here he comes onto the start finish line now. Let's see if he improves from 9th place. Over the line now. Fish, and he doesn't. So stays 9th. And I think that's it. Diogo goes over the line in his Porsche. Right, we're gonna... There we go. Okay, so I've got to get my BM back into the pits.
yes, it might take a moment. I think you can only get it back to pits after you can click drive.
Okay. So we're going to just... Oh, I don't have camera options, anything here. That's kind of caught me out. I wanted to try and do this... Yeah, I can't get out the car at the moment, so bear with me. Ah, that's spoiled my...
Hopefully it will pay off for the rest of the race. Can get some sweet camera angles for us.
Shouldn't have gone onto the grid though, man. I should have caught it before it did that. So sorry guys, just the idea was that I was going to walk down the grid in between the cars, but it's not allowing me to get out the car right now. Ryan Hill on the chat. Everyone chatting, everyone's there. So we'll go to Jordan Sherritt, currently sitting in the car. I'm gonna turn the names off now. Do that just now actually. So Jordan on the inside of the track, Bash sitting on his outside. Behind him Christopher Langerfeldt on the inside, Morgan McCall on the outside. So first 2 rows of just Mercedes-Benz. Ross Bartle on the inside of the 3rd row in the Aston Martin. Next to him, Sass, you want to carry on from there?
Sorry, I missed who you
That's fine.
last.
So we're Lionel Clue in the Lexus on the outside.
Lionel Clue. So Lionel Clue and Richard Childs in the Lexus 969.
Yeah.
Well, they're number 969. Philip Minnaar and Chantal Hansen in the Mercedes. They're number 138. Then Wesley Ferrand and Lawrence Sterner. They're in the Aston Martin. Their number is 320. Then Hall and Rourke. Those are probably racers from another league. Haven't really seen those names yet. They're in the Lexus 646. And then in 10th, Peters and Bud in the McLaren. Their race number is 33. Then we've got Antal and Gray in the BMW 101. Sean Bigham and Moritz Krokamp in the Mercedes. That's number 21. Then Roux and De Wit in the Lexus, their number is 7. Then Chris De Santos in the BMW, his number is 17. Then Botha and Jason Isherwood in the Aston Martin 134. Andries Oosthuizen and Linda, can't remember his name now, in the McLaren 141. Gerber and Brits in the Aston Martin, number 27. Craig Hunter and Jay Carr in the McLaren, they're number 99. Then Antonucci and Dylan Dawes in the Mercedes, they're on number 6. And then in 20th position, H. Meiberg and Arno van Mamsberg in the Bentley 977. Then we get back to Buck and Wilson in the Aston Martin 118. Van der Merwe and Pullen in the Ferrari, number 999. Diogo and Armstrong in the Porsche 948. Now I'm almost to, it looks like this is still GT3. So then Stieg and Denair in the Lexus 76. And met M. Pretorius and Foster in the Aston Martin 556. And lastly, the GT4 cars. I'll still read out, Alan. You can maybe start thinking about moving to pits.
I'm trying.
It's Versace and Grobler in the car in the BMW, numbered 94. Then in second position, so this is relative to the GT4 class. It's Stefan Herbst and Pretorius in the Porsche 223. Raymond Duggan and Corne Breed in the Camaro, they're in 71. Donnie Miller and Ryan Hill in the Janetta, 85. Waldo Swiggers and Dirk Brandt in 58. Peter Gelderneys and Dirkie Swanepoel in 88. And Sean Kenny and Joten van Aswegen in 369.
Yeah, I managed to get it in the pits. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
Just had a huge panic attack. But let me just restart my camera app, and we're ready to start if everyone's watching. You're going to have to commentate a bit there, Sass, as I get the camera.
So, green. Jordan Surratt gets the inside line and he'll be able to run away, but Jadwat is right on his side. They are doing a double file start, so let's hope that they can get through a clean turn 1. It is going to be extremely busy there.
Okay, we're up in the air just watching them now.
Yeah, I'm seeing cars in the background. It looks like it's sort of okay.
Yeah, everyone's got through.
Down the field. Everybody got through.
That's great.
This is a long race. This is definitely a long race. I don't think people realize the race is not going to be won in turn 1.
Marius Pretorius coming out the pits, so he had to start from pits.
Ooh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Maybe he had a bit of a mishap on the start and was jumped to pits. I'm not completely sure. But he's away. Luckily, he's not laps down. It's going to be it's going to take some time, but it's totally possible to win, to come back if you can just keep your head down and drive consistently. In an endurance race like this, consistency is key. You might be a second slower than somebody, but if their variance is like 2 seconds, they end up running slower just because they're going off track and exploring the limits or no limits thereof, and making mistakes which can cost them time.
Yeah.
I'm not one that's like, it's not often that you see battles unfold with overtakes. It's all down to strategy and who can put down the consistent laps. There are nice battles to watch, but for the most part, you'll kind of get a feel for who's going to be in what position depending on their pits. And we can also see everybody has a three pit requirement, so a minimum of 3 pit stops have to be taken.
Currently watching Lionel Clue and Ross Bartle. Ross Bartle's all over the back of Lionel Clue. The Aston challenging the Lexus, and this is for 5th place. First 4 positions, all static Mercedes. Lionel Clue in 5th, Ross 6th, Minna in 7th in the other Mercedes. Wesley Ferrand, Peters and Hall. As we see the one Mercedes in the background, he went into the... who was that? Not Bernard, it was Dwayne... Dwayne Hall running wide in the Lexus. It was not Henry. Chris has passed. Who's the yellow Mercedes? Spotter's Guide, where are you? 138.
I think it's Philip Minard.
Philip Minard. He did run a bit wide, so he's got it going again, and he's back on and running. So let's go and look down at our GT4 cars. Honor Fasaki, right on the back of Sean Buck in his Aston Martin GT3. Honor Fasaki in the first of the GT4s, the BMW, and there are a few GT4s, not a few actually, sorry, it's just Marius Pretorius who's still at the back, so he's going to have to catch up to these guys and come past.
Yes.
But at the moment, it's Versace from Herbst, from Miller, from Swiggers, from Duggan, Geldenhuis and Kenny. So
does look like Dirk and Waldo actually gained some position at the start there. Let me quickly check my quali. They were 4th. Oh no, they're 4th still.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a long race. 2 hours of driving time can be a lot. I know that after the 90-minute sprint races we do, I'm knackered. I was surprised the very first time how much my knee was torquing. Oh no, there was a coming together of 2 GT3 cars. Car 76 and 949. 948.
That's called Stieg. Cold Stieg and Calvin Diogo. So Cold Stieg in the Lexus has turned it round and he's getting back going. 948 Calvin Diogo in the Porsche. He's just passing the GT3s again. Getting caught in the sand trap, and the GT4s are coming past him as they head to Tosa, the hairpin. So he's got to pass all of these guys again now. And he sends it up the inside. There in the background you can see the Lexus. So yeah, you're right, there was a coming together somewhere on the what looks like probably the first chicanes after the main straight to Tamburello curve. They must have come together there.
Does it look like Diogo is struggling a bit? He might have overheated his tires. I think I saw him spinning around when he was getting going again.
Yeah, no, he drove into the sand trap at Villeneuve chicane, and the 4 GT4s all went past him again. So he's just got through all of them now. Runs a little bit deep and very heavily over the top of the chicane. So he needs to just take a breath and settle down now. Duggan further back. It's now his turn to get past these guys. So Duggan in the sorry, not Duggan, it's Carl Stieg in the Lexus. Yes. As he comes up to the back of the Camaros going through Ravazza.
Yeah, it was mentioned that the GT4 cars, their performance is quite a bit different. They're slower out of the corners, and
yes,
they have a longer braking zone, so you have to really be careful with what you're doing. And you can see Carl Stieg, they're not lifting. That's just the difference in performance.
That's it.
The GT3 cars aren't slow. The GT4 cars are just slow. They don't have the top end speed that the GT3 cars have.
Yeah, true. And as you see the Lexus come past through Tamburello, you can see the whole left side of it has been scraped and bumped, and that's where the damage happened with the Porsche. So there was obviously an overtake happening through that first set of chicanes, and they came together there. He's just gone round the Porsche now of Waldo Swiggers.
That was a very, very clean move.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It happens. These accidents do happen. You keep your head down and you do your best to get back on track and keep going. Hopefully, they don't have too much damage, and the aero damage isn't that significant that it's causing a loss of lap time. Because that might then mean they need to dive into the pits for an early pit stop and repair and see if they can get running again.
Exactly.
On race pace.
All right, we're jumping down to the midfield pack here, and we're looking at Dos Santos, Westhuizen, Carr.
Yeah, that's close.
Yeah, these guys are all nose to tail right now. And Tanucci is kind of holding Dos Santos up in the BMW, and so he's going to try and find a way past there. This is the closest race at the moment. The leaders all up ahead are already over a second apart. So Langeveld, I beg your pardon, Langeveld, Jordan Sherritt, half a second ahead of Bashir Jadwat, Morgan McCall half a second back, then Langeveld, and then seconds between him and Clue and Bartle, etc. But we'll keep an eye on this dice for the moment. Chris Dos Santos here in the big BMW, he's going to be driving this race on his own. He's currently in 16th, having qualified I think 14th. So he's gone down 2 places, but it's a lot of racing still to go. 10 minutes of 4 hours in fact has just gone past. Oops, as we see Chris running a little bit deep into Aqua Minerale. He's
does give Bingham the...
Oh yes, here comes they're going into the chicane next to each other. He's not letting it go, and everyone's going over the sausage curbs. So hopefully
Westhuizen doing well to not run into the back of Bingham there.
Yes. Now the off-track excursions, we will probably see a few. I saw some in our 12-hour, but as long as you lift and you don't gain an advantage, then the game will actually say no advantage gained and you won't get a penalty. We didn't actually check with Ryan, and he can maybe let us know on the YouTube channel how many penalties are assigned for the race.
Well, if he doesn't know, usually my experience has told me it's you're allowed three penalties.
Yeah, and the fourth one you get the penalty.
You get the penalty issued, and then it starts again. 3 penalties, and the other thing to note as well, it's not a penalty per driver; it's a penalty per car. So if your teammate goes out, gets 3 penalties, and you go out and gets a track warning, gets 3 track warnings, and you then go out and get a track warning, that's going to mean you're getting a penalty. I'm not sure what the penalty is. I think it's like a drive-through. And there's also a limit. You have to serve it quite quickly.
That's true.
So it's not that you can delay the drive-through that much, or if it's a time penalty that you can necessarily delay it to a later stage. You're kind of forced to go and take it as early as possible.
And correct, it is a drive-through. So we'll see if any of those crop up later on today and who they'll affect. Just watching Ross Bartle at the moment in the chrome Aston Martin with the lime green striping, and he's still hustling under the back of Lionel Clue's wing on the Lexus. This gap 4 tenths, and this is for 5th place at the moment. The 4 Mercedes are literally driving away up the road. So we have on this YouTube channel stream and the live coverage today, we've got some prizes that we're going to be giving away. Sass, do you want to maybe give us a little bit more information on that and how this thing's going to work and what we can expect to do going through the next 4 hours?
Yes. Okay. So we'll announce in time when we'll be running the first giveaway.
Right.
There will be 2 giveaways. The prize that's up for grab is is it a Logitech? Is it the new Logitech Shifter?
It's a. I don't know if it's new, it's not new, but it is a G27 stroke G29 shifter, and I believe a very late assistance there was possibly getting a box that was also being donated that allows it to work not with the Logitech base, so you can plug it into a USB.
Yes. Now I'm not sure if this box does also allow the buttons to work, because this is I have one of these shifters, and unfortunately when you connect it to the G29 wheelbase, it only picks it up as a shifter. The buttons on it don't work.
Okay.
But I do know that some of the products available to connect it to a box and then directly to your computer, then it does make the buttons. It does allow the buttons to work.
Okay. There's no buttons on this one. I'm holding it in my hands, and there's no buttons on you.
And that's the new one. I think that's the new shifter then. But yes, okay. So Ryan just said in chat, Wesley is making a USB converter for those who don't have the deal. Okay, so it's just the new Logitech shifter. It's a really nice shifter, decent for getting that manual work in. And then so that's sponsored by Paterson Works Sim Racing. Thank you very much, Alan and
Awesome.
Go there. And then there's a really nice button box sponsored by Jutech, Stephen Kenny's company. He does a bunch of sim racing products, and Alan, you do some rims as well.
Yeah.
But so Stephen does some rigs. So if you want to have the authentic experience, he can build you a nice rig with a seat where you can mount everything to. He's also got some monitor stands, but I think his most popular product is button boxes. They're really sturdy. He's done a lot of R&D on them, and he is possibly working on rims as well. We'll have to wait and see what the future holds.
Okay.
But anyway, so just to explain how the giveaway will work, we'll announce in time when we will be running it, and during that time, you will be required to issue a command on the stream's live chat. So for those of you who have noticed in the live chat, every once in a while there's this Nightbot thing that pops up and says, "Did you know you can use exclamation Discord to get the Discord details, and exclamation new to get details with how to join SRSA for the next season's racing." And it's going to work the same. We'll pick a keyword very soon, and it's going to be super secret until we announce it. You have to use this keyword to register for the giveaway. It's only once you've registered for the giveaway that you'll be eligible, and after, I think we'll be running it for about half an hour or so.
Yeah.
Everybody who's then eligible will go and roll it and announce who the winner was. We'll discuss how to do verification closer to the time, but it's simple enough. So if you're keen, like I would say right now, do go and join the Discord. Do go and look at what is required for signing up. If you're interested in racing, but then also do keep an ear out for when we'll be running this giveaway, and we'll hopefully have some fun doing that as well.
Awesome, thank you. So yes, just to elaborate further, this has all been pre-automated. It's running via a system, so there is no personal selection involved via myself or via SAS. Anybody is eligible to enter, which means it could be the B drivers of the current drivers that are on the track. If they're on YouTube, they're welcome to enter. Anybody is allowed to enter, and when the competition starts and we start running the official times, SAS will then, as he mentioned, give you the key that you've got to type in. It's a special word, and all you do is you type that in, and that gets added to this whole list. When we switch off that competition, we'll then roll the system, and that will randomly draw somebody from that valid entry list, and that person will be the lucky winner. We will be responsible for getting the equipment to you wherever you are in the country, and we'll deal with you in private on email, and yeah, that's how that'll work. So stay on board. Don't go anywhere. It's going to happen. There's going to be 2 of these giveaways happening in the course of the next 4 hours. And good luck to everybody that enters. We are currently watching Mr. Sherritt, who is lapping, doing 142.9s as his current lap. So he's in the high 42s, low 43s with the full tank. His best already a 141.4, and he is passing the GT4 cars after 17 minutes, 15 minutes of racing. So
yes.
He is moving, no question.
I did see it looked like he went a bit tight against the pit wall there on the end of his previous lap. So it's going to be interesting seeing if he can maintain the pace and not get track warnings for that.
Yeah, listen, with pace also comes risk, and the risk, as we know, is a drive-through. So if you're going to go out of bounds and issue yourselves with the added stress of driving with a track warning or 2 or 3, you know you're going to get a penalty. So drive within your limits, although we do know Sherritt's limits are lightning. And as I say that, he bounces very hard over Tamburello and goes miles out into the sand trap.
What would a race be without the commentator's curse?
That's true. Can't blame me on that. Don't do it. Cars have done 10 laps after, you need to do sums here, Sass. So they're doing 10, so let's say 9 laps in 15 minutes. How many laps in an hour?
9 laps in 15 minutes, that's 36.
Right?
About, yes.
Yeah, right,
I
about.
think the last time I checked, I was running about 33 laps, but this could be memory of a different track as well.
Okay, so 36 laps in an hour times 4 hours, and then give or take 5%. So 24, 144, expected about 140, let's say 142 laps in 4 hours. And so there's no way they're going to be passing GT4 cars 360 times if there's only 140 laps.
Yeah.
So, alright, that number's going out the window, but not too serious.
Not too bad. Ooh.
Ross Bartle's still hanging on the back of Lionel Koo, although that gap has opened up a little bit. Further down the grid, Mr. Hansi Meyerberg in the sole lime green British Racing Green Bentley, looking at Antonucci just ahead of him in the Mercedes, and there's a train of GT3 cars here, including Bingham, Carr and Westhuizen. So these guys are all still pretty close.
While you're doing that, I'm just quickly going back in a replay. I'm noticing there was a bit of an accident between a GT3 and a GT4 car.
Oh dear.
So I'm just trying to understand what had happened there.
Okay. Damn it, Apparel. Sorry, man, I forget your name again. Pit windows. There are 3 compulsory pit stops. Cars can't run all the way on their own, so there are 3 compulsory pit stops. The strategy that you're going to use in those 3 is entirely up to you. What we have put on the server is that in each of those pit stops you have to refill your car with at least 1 liter of fuel. So it's a forced fuel stop, and the minimum amount of fuel you have to add is only 1 liter. But that's going to be daft for you to do that, because your car won't reach the end of the race putting in such little fuel. So it's more a strategy to force people to do 3 pit stops. What they do in those pit stops is entirely up to them. Similarly, there's a lot of traffic here. They're arriving up at the back. This is Donnie Miller's Janetta in the GT4 class, which is looking pretty second hand already. The bonnet is loose on that little Janetta, so I think the incident possibly happened with that car.
No.
Oh.
The Janetta's number?
85.
85. Oh, yes. I'm looking at the wrong car then.
Okay. So
I'm looking at 58, not 85.
The front of that car is looking decidedly second hand, actually. as we see it on the screen now, and you can see the bonnet is loose. And also here is Marius Pretorius, who has taken literally 10 laps to catch up and get into the GT4 cars. So the black Aston, there you can see it going through, and I beg your pardon, is just a bit further back. Donnie's coming into the pits, as is the Aston. So possibly the contact was with these two cars. Yes, Donnie Millie in the pits, and Marius Pretorius.
Ryan saying in chat there was heavy contact onto 85 from GT3s coming through.
I think it was possibly Marius's car, because he's also driven into the pits. Maybe not. Right, so that's a bit on the pit stop strategies. Further to that, the driver strategies, there is a minimum time expected of 40 minutes per driver. So your A driver can drive 3 hours and 20 minutes, and your B driver can do a 40-minute stint. That'll be classified as a legal stint, and it'll stand as a result. So not too strict ruling, but it is an endurance, and we are trying to let guys have some fun with multi-class racing, as well as pit stops, which is one of the added features of Assetto Corsa, driving with multiple drivers.
I'm not finding the incident right now.
No problem.
But yeah, that's also the situation that we're in with this race. This is a for fun race. We're hoping people will be respectful of one another. Accidents will happen. We're sure of that. But ultimately, the best way to handle this would be a live stewarding team. Unfortunately, it's only Alan and myself in the booth today. So yeah. We'll hopefully in the future, maybe we can look at getting more people involved that might be able to help out with live stewarding on an event like this.
Chantal, sorry man, I did remember now that you've written it there. And Dirk is saying number of times lapped is based on how many times all the GT3s as a group. Okay, so he's talking about the group. So yes. In other words, all of the cars going past the GT4s, they'll be in excess of 300 overtakes.
In the background, car and Westhuizen looked like they were almost coming together.
Andres Westhuizen in the McLaren?
Yeah, you can go to Jeff Carr and do a 30-second replay. Let's see what happened there.
Okay, going back now. Who was the driver?
Sausage Gerbalitis, it looks.
What's the car?
It's 99. Jeff Carr.
Coming up the hill now to behind the Porsche. Did we go back far enough, or did we not miss it?
I think it was missed. It's not. It looked like they just lost control coming out of the corner there.
Okay. Sorry, missed that one. But anyway, the replays at least do work here with regards to. There's no lag or delay on the replays, so we can go and look back on them. We just got to give me a car number if we have to go and look for the replay. But yeah, Jeff Carr and Westhuizen and then two McLarens running nose to tail here. Our single driver Chris DeSantis down to 21st, so he's had an incident early on and dropped back from 14th down to 21st. DMRE Dino, only let us know where our teammates Van der Walt and Wilson are currently. What car are they in? Or cars?
Track that down.
Van der Walt.
We have
I can't see them. Wilson.
Or van der Walt.
Yeah, I didn't see that name anywhere.
Oh, there's an R van der Merwe.
Okay, so sorry, we don't know where your teammates are because they're not in this race by the looks of things.
Oh, okay. I just tracked them down. So car 118.
118.
118 is currently in 20th position. That's Logistical Nightmare number 1.
Right, this is Sean Buck, correct.
Yeah, Sean Buck and A. Wilson.
Okay,
And
they're just driving
car,
into the pits now.
Okay, car 999, Logistical Nightmare 2, with I think it's Robin van der Merwe. He's in 21st. In the Ferrari.
Yeah, in the Ferrari. Got them now. Okay. Dirkie just saying some had an unsafe track. Probably coming back onto the track and cost us a few spots. So GT3 guys need to just be a little bit more aware, I think.
Yes.
Van der Merwe right on the back of Chris DeSantis in his BMW, so I think Chris is having a tough time already, and he's only been going 30 minutes. Sean Buck in the pits. That's an early pit stop.
Oh, this is about half an hour into the race now.
Yeah. And the Merwe looking all eager to get past the BMW right now. This, in fact, the closest race on the track at the moment. Jordan Sherritt still leading. Last lap a 1:43.2. Bashir Jadwat in second place at the moment in his Mercedes as they're just negotiating some traffic. Bash's last lap a 1:44.0, and Morgan McCall very close behind Bash now. So Morgan's managed to use the traffic to his advantage. So they've caught up quite a lot. Their last lap was a 42.6, so 2 seconds up on Bash. Yeah, 7/10 back as they go over in third place. Morgan must have started the stint because he's listed as the primary driver, but I'm sure earlier I saw Jay McCall Jr., so I'm not too sure. They couldn't have done a driver change because they're still showing
so.
No. Maybe the timing screen still had to sort itself out. Anyway, as you can see, the threes in yellow next to everyone's times on the timing screen. That means still 3 pit stops to go. Right down at the bottom, if I go down to the guys further back, Jakob Forster, for instance, he's got a 2 next to his name. Sean Buck's got a 2. So a couple of guys that have gone into the pits, they have been counted as an official pit stop. In other words, they'll probably have topped up the car. Oh, this Aston of Foster's looking very second hand. The bonnet's all up in the air, so they've had a huge coming together with somebody, and they obviously did go in the pits, but they haven't repaired the bodywork, so that's going to affect their aerodynamics, as you can see.
Yes.
Donnie Miller now in the Janetta with Ryan Hill. They're in 7th place in the GT4 class, which is currently being led by Honor Fasaki in their M4 BMW. And Honor Fasaki's quickest lap, a 150.6, we do a direct comparison with Jordan Sherritt, their quickest lap of 1:41.4, so 9-second difference between the quickest GT3 and quickest GT4 car. Ono Fasaki actually well up ahead of a couple of GT3 cars now. Stefan Herbst in second place in their black and yellow Porsche Cayman. Then we have Sean Buck, who's just coming through in his GT3, trying to reclaim some positions after some early coming togethers. Waldo Swiggers is next in third place in the other Porsche Cayman, the blue and red, blue and white striped car. Raymond Duggan in the first of the Camaros, they're in fourth place and looking quite good in the maroon coloured Camaro. Stephen Kenny in the silver coloured Camaro, they're in fifth place, then followed by Peter Geldenhuys in the Gulf coloured Camaro. Here they come, front of that car, also showing a bit of battle scars. As they come through Aqua Minerale, and then just behind them is Miller in the Ginetta, who's got a whole lot of traffic. So Miller, they I think no, they didn't do pit work, but they had a coming together and probably a turnaround, because they're almost about to be lapped already by some other GT4 cars. With Foster in the Aston Martin in fifth place, as Miller's flashing lights at the GT4 cars, GT3 cars going past.
Yeah, it is still very, very early in the race, so hopefully being a lap down isn't too bad. If you can just keep the head down, do laps, be consistent, and go as fast as you can.
Okay, currently in our helicopter as we whiz around the track, and we're following Morgan McCall all over the back of Bashir Jadwat. This gap is 3/10, so a lot of racing, as you say, still to come. These guys are already dicing and looking for a position change. This is currently for second and third place on the grid.
I see Ryan mentioning in chat they pitted for damage repair but opted not to do anything else on the car.
Okay.
So just doing damage repair to get the car back up and running at race pace. They'll because it's halfway into Donnie's state. So.
Oh, we got an overtake happening on screen as you see it happening. Bash ran a little bit wide there, and that was through the Ravazza braking, the two left-handers, and Morgan's gone past. So Morgan bumps up into second and Bash down to third place. A little bit of pressure there. We're going to go back and watch that replay. Why does the replay always go back to my car? Yeah, we see them coming down to first Ravazza. Bash leaves his braking very late, runs deep into the sand trap. Morgan goes down the inside into second Ravazza and goes past. And Bash gets a little bit of a tank slapper which slows him down, but the pass is done.
Tiny mistakes can really cost you.
That it can. So Nick Hodgson, beg your pardon, Bernard King on YouTube saying there's a dice coming up here for 15th place. We come to Hansi Meyerberg with Jeff Carr and Andries Westhuizen. These three are all next to each other. It's the Bentley and the two McLarens. So let's follow them and see what happens. Blue flags being waved at somebody. Not too sure who that might be. Nick Hodgson, how's it, buddy? Nick is my other fellow commentator joining us on the YouTube stream. Oh, the McLarens are close. We're going to just jump down to Andries Westhuizen. And he's drafting as he pulls out over the start-finish line. The two McLarens are next to each other.
Westhuizen might have it done, but it's going to be a difficult braking zone, making sure that they can keep it clean through there.
Yeah.
Westhuizen decides to back out.
Yeah, much better. McLarens are very evenly matched.
That was the better choice. He now knows that he can get the draft, so if he can get a clean drive out of the last corner that will probably help with getting a pass on the next lap.
Exactly. Dwayne Hall here, all amongst the GT3s as they're having a race. I tell you what, Sass, what this is doing, and we saw that happen with Bashir Jadwat and Morgan McCall, the back markers, or the GT4 cars at least, are introducing an element that is that the guys need to contend with, and they need to try and get through as quickly as possible. But you can't force your way through. You need to wait for a clean pass, and I think that's what happened. Bash got caught up through some windy sections, probably looking at the track map coming from Peritella down to Aqua Minerale and then up to Variante Alta, and he got held up, which allowed Morgan to catch onto the back of him while they were going past the GT4s, and that allowed Morgan to get right onto the back of him. So yeah,
and that's something I think Daniel mentioned in the chat leading up to this on Discord. He said it's very tempting to just feel they need to get out of your way, but you also need to be aware of coming onto the back of two GT4s mid-battle. It's better to be patient. Take your time. Don't force it, because if you force it, that's when mistakes are made.
Exactly.
You might end up going 3 wide into a corner, and that's just a recipe for disaster.
Sess, look here on the live stream, buddy. So we're currently with McCall, who is right up the back of, I think it is Minna. No, it's not Minna. Is that Jordan? It is Jordan. So first, second and third are now together on the track.
That is a tight race.
So Jordan Sherritt must have had a huge moment somewhere, or he's been held up in some traffic. They currently...
I don't see any pit stops for him.
No, it wasn't a pit stop, but they're all over the back of poor old Chris DeSantis in his BM, who kindly moves over for them, and Jordan's flashing away at people to get out the way. Chris has to move back in line to take the racing line, but makes a gap. Morgan McCall follows suit.
Ooh.
Yeah, Chris just jumped right out the way. You can see Bash all the way at the back of them, and behind Morgan. The Lexus getting out the way now that they're busy passing, so Jordan is flashing at everybody to get out the way.
He knows that if there's an opportunity, they're gonna pounce.
Exactly. Now it's Morgan and Bashir's chance to go past the Lexus. Lexus indicators on, indicating where he's going to be going, and so Morgan goes round the right hand side. Bash also comes tearing up into the chicane, and they all make it through.
Almost a bit of a dive, but gets it through clean. Does make a bit of a mistake on the exit there.
And DeSantis also ran through the chicane, but slowly, so he's not going to get an out of bounds off track warning. So Jordan Sherritt had a huge moment somewhere and we missed it, man. I don't know what happened there, but they're back together again as we see the first 3 cars all in the same screen here.
Yes, I'm actually just going to quickly try and track down Jordan. 44.
How could I do that on the live stream? I can't.
You're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to the replay. And I'm just trying to get a feel for where he lost time. There was a big off on lap 18, it seems.
That was 5 laps ago.
Yeah. And on lap 17.
Okay.
So that really cost him.
This instant replay option in this camera tool has a custom, so I could put in 300 seconds and go back 5 minutes. I'm sure.
Just make its duration like 30 seconds.
No, but
so
30 seconds isn't long enough back to see the problem. Okay, I'm not going to try it, but I'm keen to try it, but I won't. Alright, well, they've gone round for 2 laps and they're pretty much nose to tail, these 3. So, yeah, Shiraz Dada on the YouTube channel saying it's an AMG race. That it is, sir. Currently 5 Mercedes-Benzes in the top 5 positions. Lionel Clue in that Lexus has fallen back. Philip Minnar has come up, and Ross Bartle has come up into 6th place. So right now it's just Mercedes-Benz 1 to 5. Just looking down the timing sheets to see where are the other dices, but there's nothing except for these three. Okay, so let's look at the last laps of them. Jordan did a 1:43.0, Morgan a 1:42.7, and Bash a 1:42.6. Jordan is the slowest out of all of them. Is he driving with a problem, or is he just having fun here, do you think?
I can't say. He's probably just going for it. And that's probably why the drive-through penalty is there.
Oh, there's a slow car ahead here. Jordan's coming up to the back of an Aston that he's got to deal with. This is going to let Morgan and then catch right up. We're currently in. Okay, so this is the Aston of... Okay, they passed him. I can't remember now.
556.
556, that's it.
So that is Retro Redline with Deventer and Pretorius.
Okay. They finally get past. All three of them get past, but Morgan's right on the back. And now just up ahead is the fast BMW M4. This is Honor Fasaki. So Sherritt has taken 23 laps to catch up to the lead of the GT4 class. And they're all going to pass him as they head down now towards Ravazza.
Hopefully not too much of a dive for the rest. Whoa.
Yeah, they've got to fall in line. They've got to be patient. Morgan McCall waiting. Now pulls out, and there they go.
Jordan.
He's got a drive through.
He's got a drive through, so he's going for another lap to try and put some time between them and see if he can get the not lose as much.
That you don't. Any drive through is a penalty. So obviously, I'm stating the obvious here.
Yes.
But giving away drive-throughs is just unnecessary. He's been pushing...
Especially running in first.
Exactly. So, here we go. There's dramas abound. So right now, net leader, Morgan McCall, with Bashir Jadwat 2/10 behind. So, Jordan's going to have to come in and perform the drive-through, and then he's going to have to drive back for the next 3 hours and 16 minutes. And we'll see where he comes back in the race. They're going past Gelderhuis's McLaren now. Peter Gelderhuis's golf-coloured McLaren. As here comes Morgan McCall. Bash right up the back. They've got to slow down. They can't pile through and bump the car. Oh, Bash is looking to go around the outside as they come down to Aqua Minerale. Very close
in the background,
racing.
Catching that slide beautifully.
Who? Gelderhuis.
Yes.
Oh, in his Camaro. Yeah, Bash is looking to come back past Morgan McCall. I haven't seen him this close in a long time. So Morgan struggled there, and it's allowed Bash to get right onto the back of him. And now he's looking down the inside of the same place that Morgan went past earlier on in the race. Doesn't work, falls in back in behind. Jordan Sherritt no, he's gone through, so he's not going to come in. He's only got so many laps to complete that drive-through. In fact, we'll try and get into his car at the moment and see if we can see what we can see. Right, currently driving in Jordan Sherritt's car. Doesn't actually say how many laps are left. It's coming up to another Camaro on his way to Tosa. Goes down the inside of the Camaro, nice and clean.
So Jordan must come in this next lap. I think you have 3 laps to serve your penalty. That's going to be an interesting one. He has already put 3 seconds behind him.
Okay.
But it does mean he has to really Yeah, he's going to lose a few positions. I
Yeah.
see the gap to Philip Minnaar, a total being about 18 seconds. And I can't remember how much you lose just by driving through it. Maybe 20, 25, maybe 30 seconds. It's quite a long pit lane. Hopefully he gets the brake marker right so that he doesn't go too fast.
He's in the pits.
He's in the pits.
And our current leaders now are also coming past Arnie Mulder in the Ginetta and the McLaren of Diogo, I think. And Bash is also amongst them, so now these guys need to be a little bit aware. Cars around them, etc. Everyone gets through cleanly. Right, and Langeveld is also coming to join this party. He's not too far back, 3 seconds off the back of Bash. So first, second, third, McCall, Jadwat, Langeveld, Sherritt doing the drive-through. He's rolling, he's exiting now, and his drive-through is cleared, so that's been done. He comes out in 4th place.
Minnaar is still more than a lap ahead, it seems.
Sorry, not 4th place.
No, that's 7th place. With Wesley Ferrand just behind him.
It is Wesley Ferrand, yeah. So Wesley's in 8th, so Jordan's come out in 7th place. Yeah, there we go. Right. Thanks for the entertainment, Jordan. Well done for driving off the track so fast and getting us a drive through so we can watch you drive back from there.
I'm sure it was the pressure of just seeing the number 2 and 3 coming for him.
The McCalls put too much pressure on him. Morgan out in the front now, car number 44.
Can he stretch his legs and get clear of Jadwat though?
I don't think so. These guys are close. Jadwat's right there. Morgan McCall and the team for ATK Academy. Bashir Jadwat now in 2nd place, and Christopher Langeveld up into 3rd. Philip Minnaar in 4th. Right, cool. Yeah, hey, I'll leave that up to you, Sass. You can do the timing on that. Just keep note of your timing, you know?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, let's go back down to the GT4 class, which is just as important, and I said I would give everyone coverage. As it buzzes past the little M4 of Arno Versace. Currently last lap a 151.6, quickest a 156, so he's 1 second off his quickest lap with the tank full of fuel. And he is net in 25th place. That's not bad for a GT4 car.
That is not bad at all.
Stefan Herbst in the Cayman coming over the start finish line now, and he's a good couple of seconds back. That gap is wow, what is that gap? 12 seconds. Third, I beg your pardon, Waldo Swiggers, yes, in 3rd place in the GT3 class, coming through the Ravazza turns and onto the start finish line now. 4th in GT4, Raymond Duggan in the first of the Camaros. Stephen Kenny 5th, and behind him Peter Geldenhuys in his Camaro coming through Aqua Minerale, with Donnie Miller in 7th place in the Ginetta. Car's been fixed, as you can see from the repairs. They didn't take on fuel in that pit stop, so that was a fix-up pit stop. They still have 3 pit stops to do, and Jaco Foster in the Aston Martin overall in last place, 9 laps down, so they're obviously doing this just to gain some experience and have some fun as they peel off and come into the pits.
Yeah, do note, for those of you keeping an eye on Jordan Surratt, you'll notice his pit counter didn't go down. As Alan had mentioned earlier, you are required to stop and put in at least 1 liter of fuel.
Oof. McCall's driving defensively as they come into the top of Piratella. Bash looking all over to try and get past again. So Jordan is absorbing a heap of pressure here. Down into Aqua Minerale. as they go through, and there's a bunch of cars up ahead, including the Porsche GT4. Bash again going left and right, trying to unsettle Morgan McCall as they hammer over the curbs up at the top of Variante Alta.
I was going to suggest we pull in, well, we find out if Jadwat is keen for an interview, but in this battle, I won't do that to him.
Oh, as they throw it down the inside of that poor GT4, and here comes Bash down the inside.
That was the mistake on McCall's side.
Wow.
He should not have done the dive like that.
No, that was too early.
That's feeling pressure from Jadwat and trying to think, let me get past this car as quickly as possible, but it just wasn't a smart move. Although McCall did sit nicely in the slipstream.
Yeah, but Bash is running defensive. He's on the middle of the track.
Can that give McCall the drive out of the S's there?
Ooh,
yes.
Look at this.
Yes, it does.
Let's go to the helicopter view. And he's gone right past Bash back into position as they arrive on the back of the McLaren. This is awesome racing to watch, guys. You guys must be having a...
Part of me is just like, gents, calm down. There's still 3 hours of racing left.
Whoever that was in the McLaren, oh my gosh.
That's Craig Hunter, I think.
Jeepers. Craig Hunter, yeah, in 23rd. So that's given a bit of daylight in between Morgan and Bash now. Very entertaining. Should we go and jump into Bash's? You
can jump into his cockpit and let's see what's going on. I
was going to say, let's go and have an interview with him. He'll probably swear at me and tell me to go away. Wow, that was a sheepers. 2 position changes in the space of 1 lap.
It's been so crazy. I've been wanting to just get up and stretch legs quickly, but it's
all
happening.
It is. We'll just stay here for the time being. Although just looking at 11th place, Dwayne Hall, they're also having a little bit of a dice. They're 1/10 back off the back of the McLaren of Peters. So the Lexus and the McLaren having a good dice. We'll go back to Bash and Morgan McCall here.
Bash is sitting in the slipstream, but I don't think it was enough. He didn't get a really good exit there.
Coming up to first hour here. And 31 laps. So yeah, it looks like going to be about 33 laps for an hour with the GT3 cars. Jordan Sherritt still in 7th place, just having a look where he is on the track. He is currently going through Ravazza, and he's caught up to the back of Lionel Clue in the Lexus.
Although in 10th position there's a gap of less than a second behind Peters. I think he might have made a pass on Dwayne Hall.
Yeah. No, we were watching this one just now.
That gap is stretching out, yes.
Yeah, it was they had the Camaro in the way, but I see Peters has got past. Hall's now caught up to the Camaro and he's coming past, so that's what caused that problem. So just going back to Lionel Clue, here you can see they're on the back of a GT4 now. So Sherritt's also got to follow suit now as he goes around the outside of the GT4, who has the racing line. Oh, and Jordan's driven into the back of that car and it's turned Jordan round. So he tried to nab a quick exit out of a Tosa and go up the inside, and he's turned that Camaro around, which has in turn turned him around. So Jordan's trying to be a little bit too eager with the GT4s here.
This shouldn't be happening.
No, the GT4s have right of way, so that was punishment in its own and turned him around. This is a different kind of skill. I'm not too sure how many races Jordan's raced in where there are slower cars on the track. I'm sure he's done it before, and this is done for a reason. You need to wait until there's a straight and then go past the GT4.
And I can understand as a sim racer myself. I know what, like, I'm impatient. I want to go fast.
Yeah, I understand as well. Anyway, he's thrown away a good couple of seconds and he's going to have to drive back. Bashir Jadwat's in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. Bashir Jadwat is taking a pit stop now.
Undercut.
Yeah, so this is 5 minutes ahead of the hour. So this is the early of the first official pit stops, as he's been static for a while, so he's brimming it. So yeah, I think possibly, maybe they didn't start with a full tank. They maybe started with a few liters down, and so they were forced to pit early to refuel.
Possibly. I'm noticing on the tower that there seems to be a car missing. 556 is not running anymore.
Have we had
I
a
wonder if
disconnect?
they had a disconnect. I'll try and follow up on Discord.
They're not on they're on my timing. I can't select the car, so I think they've had a disconnect or they've given up already.
They might have said something in chat.
Yeah, guys on YouTube obviously commenting on what I've just said, but here's a whole pile of traffic as Bashir comes out the pits and he's gentle. It's behind the Camaro. Waits for that's good driving, Bash. Goes around the outside.
Slightly dangerous driving, going over the pit line.
The Camaro
there.
spun itself there. Gets back on the racing line and off he goes. Right, McCall's in the pits. So here we go. Let's see how he fares. Bash was hoping to come out in clear traffic and he's come out right amongst the traffic. So this isn't helping his outlap. Morgan McCall's in the pits, as is one of the Camaros. That's Peter Geldenhuys.
It's actually not Bash. Remember, this is an endurance race. They actually swapped. It's now Quade Claassens.
Sorry, man. You know what I mean. It's Quade Claassen's driving. Everyone's coming in the pits. Here comes a GT4 car. Jordan Sherritt in the pits. And Morgan's rolling. So, well, we're assuming they did a driver change. We shall catch up with them now. It's Junior McCall in the car. Driver change has happened. So Junior's rolling out the pits. Where is Quade? Quade's coming through the second of Ravazza now and on the start-finish line. Junior's rolling out the pit lane. So this is essentially for first place. Looking up the track ahead, we didn't see it, but I think Junior's out. Quade comes over the line. There's Junior just ahead of him. And they're just as close as they were before the pit stop, let me tell you what. With Quade having already done a fast lap, Junior trying to get up to speed. And he is. The gap has got to be about a second, half a second. So Langeveld currently leads. Over to you, Sass.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting seeing this unfold between Quade and Junior.
It is.
But Langeveld inheriting the lead there, he's probably just thinking of extending his stint a bit. Maybe he's feeling comfortable. Looking at his lap times, his best is a 42.2. Last lap was a 43.8. So I'm not quite sure how comfortable he's feeling. He is lapping slightly slower than Ross Bartle, it seems.
Okay.
So I think it's all about just trying to extend the stint that little bit and get comfortable. They might dive into the pits within the next 2 laps. Oh, Bashir. Oh, no, that's Quade Claassen's almost diving up the inside of McCall.
Yeah. Okay, so they are coming up to the back of the GT4 leading pack, which is Arno Fasaki. I'm watching him at the moment. Guys asking on YouTube what's GT4 status at the moment. So Arno Fasaki still leading. Stefan Herbst is in second place. And Stefan Herbst is he's only going down towards Aquaman Orale. So that gap between first and second is upwards of 30 seconds at the moment. 50 seconds there, I just saw it flash. Third place still Raymond Duggan in his Camaro. Stephen Kenny in fourth place in his Camaro. Fifth place Waldo in the Porsche. Sixth place Turkey Swanepoel in the other Camaro with Donnie Miller in seventh place. And Donnie's right amongst the Bashir race as they all go around the outside of him. And here comes Arno Fasaki to actually put a lap on the GT4 seventh place car.
Yeah, I was expecting the GT4s to have at least 1 or 2 cars being lapped. But it sounds like Donnie has had some rotten luck.
Yeah, he has.
It's difficult running in the GT4 league, well, in the GT4 class. I'm curious how much different it is if the classes is a bit more balanced. So if there's an even amount of cars,
Yeah.
because it's very skewed towards the GT3s, and they're very fast, and they can be very impatient when doing overtakes.
Peter Kelden is saying the GT3 guys are not patient. Yeah, Peter, we saw it happen. Don't worry. All right, we've got leaders still in the pits. So Langeveld's in, down to third place. Wesley Ferrand just arrives in. And everyone's rolling now. So Ross Bartle currently inherits the lead in the Aston Martin. He must be on fumes, but let's see how far he can go. With Mark Antel now in second place in the big BMW.
Alan, I'm going to pull you away. Go and look at Arno Versage. He's got Stefan Herbst right on his tail, Raymond Duggan on his tail, and I think Stephen Kenny close. Or is it Herbst and Duggan and Kenny?
Arno Versage is on his own in the BMW.
He's
now.
on his own.
Yeah. Stefan Herbst behind him. Way back behind him. So, there's no dice happening here. Was the GT3s coming past him?
I think my timing thing just froze. So I'm just restarting that. That might be why my...
Alrighty. Yeah, no, these guys are very far apart. To be honest, I'm astounded at how quick the BMW is in GT4 class. Yeah. The Porsche and the Camaro seem to be a lot more even, but this BMW is redonkulously quick. Okay, so we got to watch the pits up at the front, because this is now for the overall lead. Ross Bartle goes through for another lap. So Ross Bartle has gone 3 minutes past the hour and he still hasn't pitted. Whereas everyone, and Mark Antel's following him. So here comes Mark 9 to the pits for the BMW. So Mark Antel pitting from second place. Ross Bartle now ahead, and Dwayne Hall also now coming into the pits, who was in second in the Lexus. So Dwayne Hall comes in. So Junior McCall is next on the track, and he is going around Ravazza now. So he's got to be 50. Let's see where Ross Bartle is on the track. Ross Bartle he's gone through Tosa. He's now gone round Piratella, and he's going down to Aqua Minerale. So that's where Ross is on the track. He's not far enough ahead. You've got to be about 3/4 of the way around the track to be able to pit and come out in position.
Yes.
I think he'll be in the next lap or two, which will then put Junior McCall, I beg your pardon, and Quade Claessen's back into first and second place. Quade Claessen's again all up the back of Junior McCall here, as they were going past the struggling Bentley of Van Mansberg. Where's Ross? He's just gone through. Is he in? No, he's going past. He's doing another lap. The Aston is carrying a lot more fuel than the Mercedes.
That does happen. I did hear somebody saying that the Bentley has quite a large tank, and with some fuel saving over the course of a 12-hour race, you don't have to stop as often if the restrictions aren't there.
Correct. The Bentley can run 120 liters in that tank. So, but then again, its pace with 120 liters is not going to be as quick. And so we're watching Chris Heineke here going past the Bentley. Chris Heineke driving probably the only official ACC livery. Mazzini, the Nuremberg taxi livery on the Merc.
Yes. I'm going to quickly step away, stretch my legs, and when I come back, I'm going to try and see if I can get Bash in to the booth, so that you can quickly have a chat with us, give us his feelings on what happened. And
good man.
How he's feeling.
We'll catch up to you shortly. Just checking everything's running normally. So as you can see, Bash right on the back again of Junior McCall. The two Mercs powering through the first essential chicane, the Tamburello chicane, the infamous corner, as everyone knows. They come down to Tosa now, and I keep on saying Bash, but it's Quade Claessen's, who is looking to get past the Merc. Peter Kelden is commenting the M4 GT4 has lapped all the other cars already. Yeah, I'm astounded, Peter, how quick that BMW is. Clearly, there'll need to be some kind of BOPs in a patch update coming out soon. Also for the Evo Mercs, because these cars are stupidly quick. They're all coming up now to this Camaro as they go through the chicane. Quite having to be patient. Wait for the Camaro, then he can pull out and go, and he does so perfectly. So great driving there. Ross, where is he? Ross has gone through for, I'm amazed how long Ross is driving. So he's 7 minutes past the hour. Clearly they started with the tank full on the Aston. The gap between him and Junior McCall will try and monitor and pick up. Up ahead there's a whole lot of traffic going through Aqua Minerale. There's a bunch of cars here, mixed. Everybody's trying to go past everybody else. Ross Bartle now is in trouble. He's now arrived at the back of a bunch of traffic, and this is slowing him up. Is this let's just confirm who this is. No, it's not Moritz. Is it Chantal? Yeah, so they were all powering past our only lady driver at the moment, Chantal Hansen. She's in the car now and going. Front of that, Merc looking a little bit worse for wear, so there's been some contact somewhere. And Ross goes through for another lap, strangely enough. Aston's running pretty economically, let's put it that way. Oh, Quaid! Drive through for the third place car. So Bash and Quaid, they've just got to drive through for too many off-track excursions. Quaid's going to be kicking himself for that, but yeah, the rules are what they are. Again, most of these are going to boil down to that little kink on the start-finish line. If you put both wheels over there and you go through there flat out, that's going to be an off-track excursion, and it's going to count. That's a penalty. So, Quaid Claessens is in the pits now to complete the drive-through. So, early. Let's go and see where Jordan is. Jordan currently in 7th place. And that Merc is showing a little bit of battle scar on the bonnet as well, as he hammers over the top of Variante Alta. The bonnet flapping on the front of the car, so he's had a few coming togethers already on the track. And Quaid still in the pits or going through the pits. He's exiting the pits now, so he's completed his drive through and he comes out net, I think 4th place. Where's Andries Oosthuizen? There he comes over the start finish line. So Quaid only lost 1 position. Promotion for Chris Heineke in the other Mercedes up into 3rd place now. So Chris Heineke has gone up into 3rd. Ross Bartle still leading, but we're expecting that pit stop. So essentially the lead at the moment being Junior McCall, all on his own now, and 6 seconds up the road ahead of Chris Heineke, with Quaid Claessens then in 3rd place, and Lawrence Sterner, Westhuizen and Chirac 4th, 5th and 6th respectively.
I clearly missed some action here.
You have, sir. It is all going off here. If you have it, oh my word, they're like everywhere. We're just watching. Yeah.
Buck, it was a ton of cars. They're really, really bunched up.
Ross Bartle's just gone through all of this traffic. They're in amongst the GT4s and GT3s going into the sand, and Ross Bartle trying really hard to get through the traffic quickly. He has gone 11 minutes past the hour, so the Aston is running an extremely full tank. In fact, up ahead of him you can see Jordan Sherritt. So the next car on the track ahead of him is 7th place Jordan Sherritt in his damaged Mercedes. So Ross is now almost a whole lap ahead of Jordan Sherritt. There in the background you can see the traffic as everyone's diving left and right to get out of the way of everyone else.
Yes. Okay, so just a quick heads up. I see Philip Minar is sitting in the off-air waiting channel
Off
there
you
for
go.
us. I'll quickly go chat to him and I'll bring him with.
Bring him back up here. We'll go and get him and drag him up here. We're looking at Mark Antel in 8th place, and the traffic behind Mark Antel is thick. Everyone is piling up on the back here.
Okay, and in the booth with us we have Philip Minar. His teammate Chantal Hansen is currently running in 10th. Philip, how was your first stint?
It was great. I didn't had I had one off at Villeneuve, but got back on tailing Ross for a while, and at one point they went off second last corner. Both of them they had a bit of an incident. I assume one of them dive bombed each other. But so we were 5th, and I saw Jordan got a drive through. I'm pretty sure that was around the straight where he was cutting the Astro.
Yes. We had seen him cut quite a few times there, and it ended up poorly for him. And the same happened to Quade Claessens, I think, just now.
Oh wow, really? Oh, it's gonna happen a lot. But yeah. Chantal went off at Peratella, by the way. That's who went off.
Well, as long as she can just put in some consistent laps, she'll be able to get back up and running. There's still more than 2.5 hours to go, so still some time left for you to gain some positions.
The pace for second, or like this is like a third actual session on Imola. She's doing awesome. 144, 145, which is good.
She's doing
well. You know, it's an enduro race, so consistency is key. But I see she's coming up to a big train.
Here's the traffic as you're watching on the live stream.
We'll watch that. But this is a train of GT4 cars. How did you find it passing the GT4 cars? There had been a lot of aggressive driving with around those cars, and some unhappiness about people being punted. What was your experience?
I didn't have any contact so far with any GT4s, luckily, but a few guys are really nice. They let you pass, they indicate where to go, and I was actually lapping Dirkie Swanepoel and I think one of the other Oaks following him, but they were fighting, and I was right behind them coming out of the chicane, and there wasn't really space to go through, so I felt bad because I kind of split them up.
Yeah.
But you know what, it's fine. It's just racing. But apparently there's been a GT4 and GT3 collision, or
yeah, there has been.
Oh wow. Ach no, yeah, they are keeping it clean, but it's quite sketchy, to say the least.
Yeah, I would say it's rather sketchy. Maybe more because not everybody is used to just how much slower they are. But I see Chantal made quick work of it, so
she got clear.
She's doing a lot to do good work for you two there. Up into 9th as well. I think Westhuizen went into the pits now, finally.
Yeah.
So gaining a position there.
It's quite a long stint. But race is going good for us. I was kind of expecting at least maybe top 15, but
cool.
I got a flyer lap. Qualifying was hard with all of the traffic as well.
Yeah.
Jordan was struggling to get a lap, and I was behind him all the whole time. But this race, it's going good. It's going very good for us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for coming in and making a quick draaitjie here.
No
hoping
problem.
to have you here again later.
Okay. Cool, guys.
Thanks, Philip. Chat later, man. Right. So while we were talking to Philip, we had Ross Bartle come in and do a driver change. Brett Krockrump is in the car, and they are net 3rd place. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd, McCall. Chris Heineke is now bumped up into 2nd. Brett Krockrump is 3rd. Quade Claessen's not too far back in 4th place. Jordan Sherritt up into 5th and busy driving back. That Merc is not going to be as quick as it was. His last lap of 43.8, so he's going to be about a 1.5 seconds off his normal pace, but there we go. It's all about it's endurance. You need to pace yourself, get past traffic nice and cleanly, and hopefully you get to the end all in one piece.
Yes. Yeah, I'm realizing now it looks like the lap cars, my timing window is showing me the gap behind whatever car is right next to them, not necessarily the car that's in class in position.
Yeah.
That was a little unfortunate. I was hoping it will be easier to pick out the battles there.
I must say, I've been watching him now. We just saw him go past this Camaro in the GT4, and he literally probably scraped the Camaro's mirror off. He was so close. So he's being too aggressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe it's time to have a few more. Include GT4 entries in the GT3 league, and have multi-class sprint races. Get people to get the exercise and learn how to drive around the GT4s.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to say he doesn't know how to do that. Jordan's well experienced. He's driven in all the solidarity races. He's come across from another league to race in this event, thankfully, with a bunch of other drivers. But, it doesn't help flashing your lights at the Camaro when you're coming up to the top of Variante Alta. The Camaro got there first, and he has the right of way. And it's literally, Jordan looks like he's getting angry about these guys not getting out his way. And, he's taking things into his own hands. He hit that Camaro earlier, and, again, it's just not necessary. He needs to just slow down and just be a little bit more patient, I think.
Yeah, no, it might just be the time to just take perspective and check in and make sure that you're mentally ready for what's coming if you get back in the car.
Yeah, lots of chats going on about guys losing their mirrors. Well, when the other driver gets in the car, you've got to just cycle all the way through your views and the mirror comes back. Steve Kenny commenting there that he got dive bombed twice and is pushed off the track twice and punted quite hard. It's just, you don't need to do that, guys. So, but again, yeah, I agree with you, Sass. I think going forward, we'll hopefully have a couple more endurances through the year, next year, and mixed classes. Yep. Guys need to run both classes. We can try and balance out the field or get more GT4 cars involved, and it makes for very exciting racing, and it helps to improve your racing skills overall.
Open up the entries, say that they're like teams enter, and then we'll have a draw. Whoever draws GT3 goes GT3 and GT4 goes GT4. Easy stuff.
Yeah. No, agreed. We just watched Chris Haneke going up over the top of the chicane at Variante Alta behind the Camaro, and he did it perfectly. He waited, Camaro went through, they all pulled off, then he moved out and went past on the straight, how it should have happened. And so what, he lost 2 seconds overall on the lap, but there was no contact made. Right, time-wise, Brett Crocump. Okay, are you watching your watch? Almost time, I think.
I'm watching my watch.
Okay.
So we will be running the first giveaway. Which one will we give away first? The shifter, Alan?
I think so. Let's do that.
The shifter. Give me a moment to just think of a nice keyword.
That's fine. Take your time.
I've been thinking, but we'll open it up very soon and announce what the keyword will be. For those of you who haven't joined yet, we're running a little giveaway. For you to be eligible, there will be a special keyword that you enter in chat. So there should be a message every once in a while from Nightbot, although I see it hasn't been running for a while, but you can use !Discord. I'll quickly do that just as a demonstration. !Discord. Nightbot should then respond with some info and a link where you can join the SimRace South Africa's Discord.
Yeah, there
if
you go.
you use !new, it'll share a link on how to sign up for SimRace South Africa. There will be a new season kicking off sometime, I think late January next year. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're in the background.
Yeah, sorry, man. I think that was Craig Hunter. No, not Craig Hunter. It was a Bud.
I didn't see what the car number was.
It was a McLaren.
But anyways, soldiering on.
It's Shane Bud.
Apologies, I need to quickly pick up a package. I'll be with you in a moment.
No problem. Yeah, Shane Bud had a problem there. excuse me, as they came through Variante Villeneuve, or the Villeneuve chicane, he went straight on in the background and entered the tyre barriers. He's got the car going again, but he did lose a bit of position and track time on the track. Car looks okay, so I don't think too much damage. Right, as you can see, everybody on the timing tower now showing 2. So the first round of pit stops essentially done on the hour. The normal and most efficient system is to pit on the hour in any endurance race, or give or take a few minutes before and after the hour. So, Shane Budd and the McLaren bouncing over that tire and almost into the side of the Lexus there. Okay, let's just get your breath back and settle down. There we go. So next expected proper pit stop will be in about 38 minutes time, where most of the guys will then come in on the hour to do their second pit stops of 3, and the last pit stop will then be on the hour with an hour left to go in the race. As Sass was saying, we've got a competition giveaway, and we're going to start running that one now. Basically, all you got to do is type a special keyword, and Sass will be announcing this just now. Oh no, Shane Budd, he came out that corner far too slow, and that Mercedes hit the back of him. I think it was Dylan Dawes. It was Dylan Dawes. So he tipped and turned that McLaren round. That was a baddie on Dylan Dawes' part, but anyway, carrying on. It's a fun event, guys. Let's try and see the fun in it. So yeah, Sess is going to make an announcement shortly. He will. You'll need to type in this command on the YouTube chat, and that will then automatically enter you into the competition. And after a certain amount of time, I think we're going to run it for half an hour, we will then close the competition, and we'll spool it up, and then we'll do the dice roll, and this automated Nightbot program will then automatically select a lucky viewer entrant, and you will be the lucky winner of the first prize, being the Logitech Shifter, which has been sponsored by myself, PWSR. So as soon as Sass gets back, he'll be setting all that up on the system, and we shall kick that competition off. Just jumping back, having a look at the positions. Junior currently out in the lead. Mercedes is looking all good, coming up again to some GT4 back markers. Chris Heineke in second place, going over the line now, and that gap is 11 seconds by the looks of things. So that's the gap between Junior and Chris, first and second, 11 seconds. Brett Crocump in third place in the Aston Martin, just coming onto the start finish line now, so he's a good few seconds back. And they are almost they've almost lapped fourth place, which is the Mercedes just ahead, you can see, of Quade Claessens. So fourth place is first, second and third have lapped all the way up to fourth place, which is oh sorry, beg your pardon, Quade Claessens has just gone past Brett Crocump as the timing lights sort themselves out. So Quade goes past up into third place, and he's just past Brett Crocump, who's in fourth. Jordan Sherritt in fifth place is just a little bit way up, further up the track, and currently negotiating some GT4 cars. Which he does nicely. Mark Antel. Oh, there's a Ferrari across the track as they all have to negotiate it. So that, well done, everyone missed that Ferrari. That's Pullen in the Ferrari, who was stuck right over the middle of the track. I just saw that now. Let's go back 30 seconds and do a replay of that. Desmond Pullen in the Ferrari. Here he is. Oh, and he has a huge tank slapper. Hits the barrier. Sine does a reverse probably onto the track. Oh, gosh, gee. Shouldn't have done that so violently, but okay. He didn't go right. Well, he did. He went over the track, but anyway.
Okay, I'm now back.
Okay, welcome back. So I've told everyone what's going on. You've got to go and figure out what your keyword is.
Yes, I'm gonna send you something quickly.
But I don't mind. You just decide what it is.
But I want to see if you get a laugh out of it.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, you could use that, but you've got to put an exclamation there.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's fine.
I need to just quickly go and update some things,
Yeah.
and then
Go and do your
we can
edits.
kickstart this.
Okay, so back up at the front of the grid, Junior McCall now. Last lap was a 46.5, so he was seriously struggling with traffic. Heineke's narrowed the gap down by 2 seconds, 9.6 seconds back, with Quaid now up into third place and driving hard to catch up to the back of Heineke. Quaid now going over the top of Puratella. Let's see where Chris Heineke is on the track. He's already gone through past Variante Alta, so the gap there is 29.4 seconds as they go past, I think that was Chantal in the Mercedes. th place at the moment our Chris DeSantis in the BMW doing a sole drive here. So he's been now driving for the equivalent of a normal SRSA race, an hour and a half. I'm sure he's already feeling a little bit of exhaustion and fatigue, and he's still got 2.5 hours more to go. Dirk Brand saying they had an issue not selecting their next driver, so they've double stinted. Oh, there's a slow car in the background there. What's going on here? Let me just select the game cameras.
Okay, so I am basically ready. I'm going to post the keyword in chat so long, but I'll let everybody know as soon as it's live. So, for those of you keen on entering, you have to type this out, and you will receive a response message that tells you you have been entered, as well as a reference number.
Alrighty.
Please keep that in mind, and we'll be running this for what, half an hour? Half an hour, after which we'll then go and roll the dice to see who will win something. So I'm just posting it in chat. The keyword is GT4 Trouble. If you're keen on entering, use that command. I will quickly set it up and let everybody know once it's ready.
And just to reiterate, you have to type it as it's shown in the chat there.
Yes.
So, no, Henry, not like that. Wait until there we go. I think it's live.
It's not live yet. Okay, it should.
It says Matthew's in the competition already.
Yeah, because I updated. Matthew, you'll have to do that again, please.
Yeah, just do it once more,
Jump
please.
the gun. It's live now.
Okay, there we go. People are coming in. Right. So, exclamation mark GT4 Trouble to enter for the Shifter giveaway competition on YouTube. This is going to run for the next 30 minutes until about 1:15, where we will then shut the competition down and do the lucky draw.
Yes, looking forward to this.
Awesome. It's exciting stuff, man.
While we wait, I have another guest for us.
Bring them.
We have Bashir Jadwat in the waiting room for us. I'm bringing them over.
Okay, so we've got Quaid Claessens currently in third place as he heads up the hill towards Puratella and goes through the corner, and his fellow driver should be with us.
Hello, Bash. Are you there?
Hey guys,
Hey, Bash, how's it, man?
good mate, yourself?
Awesome, buddy.
You had quite the eventful first stint there, hey?
Sure.
Sure, it was pretty much great fun. We came, both myself and Quaid came into this a bit underprepared, so it was a bit overwhelming to see the pace. But yeah, it's awesome fun. I mean, the GT4s are behaving quite nicely, so from our side, we've got nothing bad to say about the GT4 cars and lap traffic.
They
been
have a
so
lot
far.
to say about you, though. Oh, well,
What did we do?
overall.
I think we've been trying to be as patient as can be. But yeah, so far so good. We had a bit of a drive-through, but I'll put that down to lack of prep.
Okay.
Yeah, so now we just done a recovery drive, see what we can get out of it.
Cool, man.
Well, you're still doing quite well on pace. But yeah, overall, how was that battle with McCall?
Yeah, that was good,
also,
eh?
it was good, clean fun there, yeah?
Yeah.
We saw you making a bit of a mistake here and him making a mistake, and
Yeah.
it's leapfrog.
Yeah, I think both of us were trying so hard not to touch each other and mess up each other's race. We made a bit of hash-ups there, but yeah, it was a good battle. No touching, so yeah, that was good.
That was awesome. I can
We
tell you
kept
right
our
now.
social distance.
Yes. I can tell you at the moment, Quaid is the quickest car on the track, doing 42.9 his last lap. Nobody
Oh,
else is near there. They're doing 43.3s or higher. So
Okay.
he's on the pace right now.
Yeah, look, we're just gonna try and put our heads down and keep at it. The car is a bit better now for Quaid. My pressures were all over the show, so hopefully it's a bit better now. But yeah, we'll just see what we can do.
Oh yes, I do see that the track temp is on like 35, so I'm assuming it's been climbing or falling. What was the issue with your tire pressures there?
I'm not really sure because I'd say with the lack of prep, we were prepping on the other server that was up. So for some reason, my pressures were all screwed up. But yeah, it's sorted out now, so it should be better now.
Cool, man.
Well, thank you for making a quick dive here. You've entered for the competition, or
Yeah.
are you?
Yeah, I've done that.
Good luck, man.
Thanks for commentating, guys. This makes it awesome.
Awesome, Bash.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Ciao. Chat later, man. Cool. So we're just watching Mr. Craig Hunter going 3 abreast with Carl Stieg in his Lexus. So these guys are having a huge race here, and they've just gone past the Ferrari of Pullen. While you were away getting your parcel, Pullen had a spin at the Villeneuve chicane and ended up in the middle of the track between Villeneuve and Tosa, which Jordan and a bunch of other cars had to negotiate around him. But it was all good. So these guys are the currently closest race on the track at the moment.
Seeing lots of interest already. 24 people entered.
Excellent. So the system's picking up some names there. Chantal Hansen. And that's Ronald Charles just ahead of her in the Lexus. So she's in a big race right here. Ronald Charles and Chantal Hansen. She goes around the outside of, I think that's Ryan Hill now, who should be in his... he is, Ryan Hill, driving his Janetta. So Chantal's having a little bit of an arm wrestle going on here with Ronald Charles.
She's doing well, though.
She's doing awesomely, I'm sorry to say, or happy to say at least. What?
Say that.
Oh,
and
it's into the
goes off.
sand. Oh! Oh dear.
Ah, that is commentator's curse for you right there. That's unfortunate. Sorry,
Man,
Chantal.
what is it with that? I mean, she's doing quite well and she drives into the sand. That was you, dude. You started that.
I know, but you know how like you can feel somebody looking at you. I think the drivers know that the cameras are on them and they just freak out. So
I hear you. All right, where's this car? 977. There we go. So it's Arno van Mansberg. Racing for a TTH Resource Complete. Arno's in the big Bentley. My favorite car. I am devastated that Bentley have officially pulled out of GT3 racing from a factory point of view. So
there's risk of quite a few manufacturers doing this, I think. Like as they start focusing their attention on renewable vehicles, it's as if they're just pulling out of motorsports that aren't going in that direction.
Yeah, yeah. I'll reserve judgment and see what happens. But anyway, yeah. Look, I'm sure the M Sport team will still feel Bentleys. It's just not going to be a works car. But hopefully, it's not the end of Bentley in GT3 racing as we know it.
Yes.
Okay, what else is going on here? Let's go and see how our man Ryan's doing. So currently running 31st out of 32 cars. No, Marius Pretorius is not last. Marius has left the service. So Ryan Hill is currently last in this little Janetta. I wonder if we shouldn't go and drag him into a chat while he's driving. Okay, well, let's not do that.
Let me maybe just... I'll go and chat to Donnie.
Okay.
And here, maybe he'll be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
As long as they're not discussing stuff mid-race, it should be easy enough.
Right. Bernard Peters in 23rd. Bernard Peters in the other McLaren. He's getting some blue flags shown as some cars are coming up to pass him. Robert Armstrong. He's having a nightmare session in the Porsche, as you can see, going straight through the chicane. The front of that car is looking really bad. That's quite a hectic... Okay, he's got some steering issues or something's wrong. I expect he'll be coming into the pit shortly as he heads down towards Ravazza. And does he get round here? Yeah, he turns and he gets round. So he's seriously struggling. There's a big problem with this Porsche. He's coming towards the pit lane now. And yes, I'm right.
I was just watching Ryan, and there were two GT3s trying to come around them. Krokamp and Buerta. Krokamp just nudged the back of Buerta, which caused them to spin out, and they had to both fall back behind Ryan again.
Yeah, here they are now as they come to Aquaman Orale.
Does look like they're racing for position as well.
Well, they can now accelerate past him evenly up the hill. The black one, he's leaving it late, but now he's throwing it. Yeah, he's passed. Okay, that shouldn't have affected Ryan too badly.
Not too much. Making sure that you, knowing that the braking zones are longer.
Yeah.
Side by side, the GT3 can easily go by, because they can just brake that bit later.
So Armstrong in that Porsche, that's the only GT3 Porsche. He is in the pits at the moment. And Ono Fasaki in the little BM M4 is officially ahead of him and up into 24th place according to the timing screen. So
well done.
Ono Fasaki is hauling this BM around this track. You can see him drifting it, he's counter steering it. This BM is fast. His last lap was a 51.7. His quickest of the race a 50.6. So he's still within a second of his quickest lap after an hour and a half. That's some incredible lap times.
That is indeed. Not getting any word from Donnie that Ryan is interested.
No, that's fine.
Hopefully we can do one or two mid-race interviews.
Cool. Just keep your eyes peeled on the waiting room channel in case people arrive there. I'm not watching that at all, but right, how are we doing on the time? It is 1 o'clock on the dot, so 15 minutes left in this competition. Charlie Delta on the YouTube channel saying the Porsche hates us, so they must be talking about that Porsche that just went into the pits now, Armstrong. He's still in the pits, so I think he's got some huge damage. Okay, he's just driven out. Currently in 25th place, Robert Armstrong. Here he comes out the pits. We'll get a front view and see if it's all been fixed up. Yes, it has. So the Porsche looks good again. These guys need to just settle themselves down now and just go and drive around it. Oh, and don't hit a sausage curb, because you get a bad illness called sausage curbolitis.
Yes.
Back to the front of the grid, Junior McCall. I wonder who's going to be the next to put up a drive-through. We should hold a random competition or a bet because we've had 2 of the top 3 drivers each get a drive-through, Jordan and Quaid or Bash. So we should say, well, I think the next car to get a drive-through is going to be Chris Heineke or something like that.
That might be. I do think it's almost 2 hours in now. Both drivers have had a chance to explore, get a feel for the track. But it's difficult on the straight because it's such a small cut. The game will penalize you, even like you won't be able to lift quickly enough.
Exactly. Cool. So we're kind of mid competition, yeah. I'm going to go and walk around the track, go and visit some of the grandstands and see what the views look like from the other grandstands. So you're gonna have to just bear with me on this thing.
Yes. So while you do that, I'm just gonna quickly explain a bit. So today's giveaways, just to add a bit more flavor and just have an understanding of where these things are coming from. Paterson Works Sim Racing. I'm gonna mess that name up soon.
PWSR, it's easy.
PWSR. Man. Okay, I'll stick with that.
There you go.
That's a local team. Don't think you're the principal anymore. That's down to Kieran now.
I'll argue that.
but you guys manufacture some nice racing rims. You've said you've sold 1 or 2, I think.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten one myself. They can go onto a Logitech G29 wheelbase. Alan, you guys do special adapters for it. They easily go and fit. It does take a bit of DIY taking the existing wheel off, but it's a nice and solid product. And then GTech, it's a local company manufacturing these things. So if you're thinking about getting a sim rig, I know the economy is tight, but that you have to then also keep in mind that importing can also be quite expensive. So these are local guys trying to provide a product for us Saffers that we can like and use and enjoy. So even if you don't win today, do go and have a look at what they have to offer. See if there's something that you're interested in, and maybe help out a local guy.
Yeah, I must be honest, I haven't made any for a while of the rims, just purely because there's a lot of tire kickers out there, and no one really is committed to anything. So for now, I'll have to say I'm not doing anything rim-wise, but the GTech stuff, definitely. Steve Kenny's doing some racing rigs and rims and switch boxes. It's all available. Go and have a look and see, and one lucky winner is actually going to win one of those things. Sass, have a look at the YouTube channel. We're currently in the blimp, and this is one of the views that I thought was quite impressive. Even from this altitude, you can see the cars going around the track down below.
Yes.
It's not just a static image. You can actually see the cars going. So it's good fun to watch these kind of things. And then we can go down to various grandstands and have a look at the view from the side of the track, just as if you were at the races. There goes Ryan as he goes down into a Ravazza. Oh, it's awesome. You gotta love it. It is one of the nice features of Assetto Corsa, I must say.
Yeah, I've seen. I think it's Chris Hay on YouTube say many times people criticize him for the amount of Assetto Corsa content he puts up, but he said like no other sim matches their camera capabilities. He can spend hours in replays just getting good footage.
Exactly.
So that's one area where Assetto Corsa Competizione really shines.
I mean, here we are at the entrance in the main corner of Aquaman Orale as they come down the hill. There goes the fast little M4 and a whole lot of traffic. And I mean, what a place to watch a race here. This corner is incredible, man.
Alan, your helicopter pilot is a little bit drunk. He's flying through trees there.
Okay, you're catching up with the YouTube stream. You're going to arrive at Aquaman Orale shortly. It's a stunning little app to have, and I enjoy. I went around earlier and I found the Ayrton Senna statue, the memorial statue of him. He passed here obviously many years back. the Ferrari statue at the entrance to the pit lane. It's incredible the amount of work they've put in there.
Yeah, they put these little Easter eggs into the tracks.
Exactly.
That adds a lot of nice detail.
And I mean, look how good people are being. They've all got their masks on. Everybody's social distancing. It's amazing. Cool. Okay, let's get back to the racing here. Junior McCall, as we're 13 minutes away from the top of the hour, so these guys, whoever is going to blink first, they're 13 minutes away from their next pit stops, give or take 1 or 2 minutes. The time, a real time, is 5 minutes past 1, so we got 10 minutes left of the competition. If anybody's new and wants to enter the giveaway, type in the exclamation mark GT4 trouble and you will be automatically entered into the competition. Philip Minot commenting, they're looking at you like, get back in your car. What are you doing here in the grandstands? Wesley also commented saying, you must be really famous because everyone stares at you. It does. It's because you're the camera, everyone turns around to look at you, you know, so
I see Jason Isherwood is in the waiting room for us right now, so I'm going to pull him in.
Don't do that.
It's wonderful having the drivers come and swing by.
It is. It adds value to the whole thing.
It definitely adds value. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Greetings. Yes. Hi. How's it, Alan? How's it, Tar?
Jace, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, very good. Thought I'd quickly come give a
Thank you.
quick interview if I had the opportunity.
Awesome. Tell us how your stint went, my man.
I haven't raced yet. I was supposed to be in the car right now, but Stark forgot to select me as the driver.
So you're doing a double.
Yeah, I got to do a double with wrist problems, so
Yeah.
it's going to be fun. But we're having a good race so far. Stark's been doing a fantastic job on that car. And yeah, I've been really enjoying the race. I'm in the car in about 12 minutes, so I'm looking
Awesome.
forward to it. Yeah. But your commentary's been great. I've been really enjoying listening to it and seeing
Look, man,
the race from your perspective.
Yeah, it's good fun, and it's always lekker also to talk to some of the drivers and, you know, make a little bit of a fun event out of the whole thing. The competition's happening. It's all going on right now.
Yeah. No, the race has been good so far. We've had maybe, I think, 3 or 4 sort of incidents that would be major. One was an off track we had where we didn't stop. Stark didn't stop the car, it just went off the track.
Oh dear.
For whatever reason. That was out of T1. And then it's just been the odd bumps and bashes that we've had with other drivers, but nothing too major. So it's been a consistent, happy race so far.
Has Stark been happy with how the car is handling? Not had problems with pressures or something like that?
The second stint, it started off very strange. He said that the car felt very, very finicky. Even in the first stint, he said it wasn't feeling like it should have felt in the practice. So we believe that maybe with the way the track is at the moment, I mean, let's see, the temperature's up at 28 degrees now.
Yeah.
And that combined with some issues with what I feel is traction control and the rear toe of the car has led to some sort of funny moments. But it's with the heavier fuel load, the car's been difficult.
It changes the car completely. I agree. Experience from the 12 hours. You know, we raced the Lexus, and the Lexus with a full tank and with nothing in the car, it's a complete different animal. So,
yeah.
But yeah, listen, you're sitting 10th. You're doing well at the moment, and everything seems according to plan. How far up the grid do you think you can get with it?
Looking at who's in front of us, it's difficult to tell. I'd like to say that if we play our cards right, then we can keep this top 10 position.
Yeah.
I know a few of the Foster guys have got to get back into the car for the other teams, so the guys that we've overtaken will probably come back at us in the next 2 hours, but hopefully I can keep it together. So ideally where I want to finish is I want to try and get to 8th.
Yeah, okay.
But the way that Arno van Mansberg is driving, man, he's driving a hell of a good stint at the moment. He's really impressed me with that. So Arno, if you hear this, you're doing well, my friend.
Awesome, Jason. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, we also got a few other teams on the track at the moment. We had Retro Redline. They had a bit of a rough time. We had a driver drop out there, and they've dropped out of the race now. They just had endless issues. And then in 6 is Mark Ansel and Jason Gray in that Beamer.
The Beamer.
And then we've got Arno obviously leading the GT4s at the moment.
Yeah. Oh no,
so-
yes, that BMW is quick in the GT4s, man.
He's dialed it in there. He was
Jeepers.
saying the whole week how well he dialed it in. I didn't believe it until I actually saw it now. So
Yeah, he's lapped all the GT4s. He's like 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody in the GT4 class.
he's a very talented GT4 driver. I mean,
Sure.
that showed with his KTM performance. But yeah, he's really having a great time. I haven't touched base with him in a while, but I'll be certain to very, very soon.
He's currently on the stream now, coming up to the back of the Geldenhuys Golf Camaro. He is 24th overall. So, you know, he's
beating some GT3.
He's beating a few, exactly. So he's hustling
shame.
this car.
Yeah, shame.
He's got Robert Armstrong behind him.
In a Porsche.
Trust Arno to do that. Oh, but it's been a fantastic race to watch from your guys' perspective as well. You guys have done a great job with the commentary, really, like I said before.
Shot.
And yeah, I've enjoyed it. But
Awesome.
I better jump because I need to get ready for my stint. But I thought I'd quickly come over and chat with you guys.
Thanks,
it's been
Jason.
really interesting to listen.
Cool, man.
Yeah, cool. Keep well, guys. Enjoy.
We'll chat later, man.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Ciao. Bye. All right, good one. Thanks for the chat. So,
Check my watch. Sorry, Alan. Just check my watch. About 4 minutes remaining.
yes, keep on top of that, please, Mr. Competition Man, bingo ball caller, whatever you are.
Yeah, currently sitting on about 30 people entered, and I see there's more than 60 watching the stream right now. So some people haven't entered yet.
Yeah, come on, guys. Anybody and everybody is allowed to enter this competition. It's a. And while I say that, I just see Jordan bouncing over the curbs again. He's now up into 4th, so he's just passed Brett Crocump and moved back up into 4th place. So, but I'd hesitate to guess they've done a couple of off-track excursions and might be carrying a few penalties, possibly.
Alan, I have to apologize now.
Okay.
I absent-mindedly clicked away from that screen, and now it threw away all of my eligible users.
Okay, so what does that mean?
So that means everybody, please type the keyword exclamation mark GT4 trouble
Again.
again.
Right, everyone must go and re-enter the competition. All right, so it's teething problems here. It's all good. Don't worry about apologizing to me. You got to apologize to
hide
the.
that tab away. I shouldn't be on it and do admin things.
It's all good, man. So we'll run it for another 15 minutes. We'll run it to 1:30.
Yeah.
As I was saying, Sherritt's just hit the pits, buddy. So I wasn't focusing much, but Jordan's in the pits early, as is
Sherritt or Claessens?
no, it's Sherritt in the pits.
Oh.
He's on the screen. So I'm not too sure what happened there, but here we go. So, okay, try not to clear this this entry now, huh?
No, I won't. I
Okay.
won't.
So McCall still leading, 65 laps out, and last lap a 1:43.5 with Chris Heineke in second place as McCall comes up to some more traffic. Junior going round the Camaro. Okay, all good. Chris Heineke, his last lap was a 1:51.5. He had a terrible last lap. So Chris is currently negotiating a bunch of traffic, as you can see on the screen. Oh, and he just has a coming together after bouncing off the curb and hits the McLaren of, I think it was Hunter. Let's go and confirm that.
That is not what you should be doing, people.
Yeah, there was a little bit of side-on-side contact. Daniel Rose in the car. Did they do a repair? They didn't do a repair to the bodywork. So this is a driver change and a refuel, but they haven't changed. They haven't done a car repair. Daniel Rose first stint out now, and they are net 9th after that. And that is an on-the-hour pit stop. So as you can see, their pit stop is down to 1. So they've only got 1 left to do. So Daniel's probably going to do a double stint. Jordan ran a double stint as Daniel runs a bit deep through the grass. Comes back on the track. And everybody has to take avoiding action. So let them sort themselves out here. Awesome. So we're all good to go. Everyone's back and running. First, second and third, no change. However, Crocump now back up into 4th place in the Aston with Mark Antel in 5th. And then two more Astons, Lawrence Sterner and Gerber, with Onno van Mansberg in the Bentley, Daniel Rowe in the other Mercedes 9th, but a pit stop up on everyone ahead of him, and Botha rounding out the top 10.
That is very nice.
It is very good. Okay, so another reminder to everybody and anybody who wants to enter, you are entering the lucky draw giveaway to win a Logitech G27/G29 shifter, a manual shifter. So to enter this competition, you need to type in the chat !GT4 trouble, and you will then automatically get entered into the competition. Daniel Rowe kind of swerving around on the track. It looks like he's trying to get some heat generation in the tires, but it's all settled now. I find it strange they didn't do a repair on the bodywork, to be honest. But surely that must have slowed them down a little bit.
It must depend on what their lap times are looking like.
Okay. Well, this is his first outlap fast lap, so we'll see. Oh, in the back there, Craig Hunter is all over the place again in his McLaren. No, not Craig Hunter. Sorry, man. He's going to kick my backside. Is it Warren Linder?
Alan, I'm just getting some news. Nick says that I'm a bit quiet on the stream.
You are. Talk up, young man.
Are you quiet your side as well?
No, I'm good. You back up. I turned your volume up.
Okay.
Jason was on just now and he was very loud and I dragged it down a little bit.
Ah, that's what happened. Okay.
Nick, just confirm it's all good.
Please, Mr. Nick.
No, you are now. You're in the yellows, almost in the reds.
Okay. I'll then move my mic away from my face all a bit.
Or back towards your face.
Well, no, if you're saying I'm pushing the red, then I'll just move it slightly away.
No. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. Claessens in the pits. Here we go. So Brett Krokamp is just going past Mark Antel.
Hunter just having a massive cut at the Villeneuve chicane.
Was it? Look at this. This is the dice for fourth place. It's Antel and Krokamp. It's the BM versus the Aston. And the BM's just gone past the Aston. So Antel's past Brett Krokamp. Antel goes up into fourth. Sorry, make that third now because Quaid's in the pits.
Yes. So, but it does mean that position, if Rowe already did a pit stop.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Oh, no, that's too far behind. The pits, the people stopping there will probably have enough time. So, yeah, fourth should be the position that they have. So it's third now, but they do still need to go into the pits.
Yeah,
so.
Antel. But yeah, what we're saying is Daniel Rowe in 9th place, Sheraton Rowe. They will now net essentially bump back up into, I would say, 5th.
Yes. That's a good drive back.
Yeah. And there's still 2 hours to go. So they're there or thereabouts. They just got to pedal from here. And I'm sure Daniel Rowe's going to pedal.
Hopefully they've brimmed that engine so that they can get to the hour mark.
Definitely.
And make sure that they can get to the finish line then.
Cole Steeg in the pits. I beg your pardon, not Cole Steeg, Dylan Dawes in his Mercedes. So he's rolling in for a pit stop, and this is all on the hour. 20 past 1, so 10 more minutes left for the competition. Anybody on YouTube, you're all welcome to enter. So thanks for updating on the volume. I apologize, I did turn him down just now. He should be good now. Onno Fasaki, the man, the myth, the GT4 legend. I'll tell you what, that BMW is looking a bit, oh no, it's the glitter. No, the front is a bit damaged, so he might have had a little issue somewhere. And Onno Fasaki has also driven 2 hours, Sass.
Yes, so I'm wondering, is he maybe going to triple stint and then have his teammate drive the final stint, or are they doing double stints each?
Well, they've got to just keep in mind, they've got to push JC Krobler's his teammate. He has to drive for 40 minutes.
So if he does one stint, that does leave Fasaki to do another if he's the faster driver between them two.
Yeah. 24th at the moment. 25th place is Robert Armstrong in the Porsche, which has got a whole lot of damage again, so there's been some more problems for this Porsche car as they hit the curbs. They're currently just behind Stefan Herb, is second place overall as a pile of cars come into the pits. I've got 3 cars. Oh wait, the whole board is just lit up. Everyone's hitting the pits.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's the hour mark, so everybody is hitting the
right,
pits.
So Junior McCall's in. Chris Heineke goes into the lead.
Yeah, hopefully they've selected their drivers correctly.
Yeah.
That is something that you're not used to if you've only done sprint racing, is making sure that the correct driver is selected. I've seen a lot of the streamers when they work together, each teammate would be streaming and they'd actually check pit strategies on the stream.
Okay.
Pullen gets a stop and go penalty for 30 seconds there. That's a big problem. You shouldn't be doing that in your pit.
He's just driven out the pit, so that was a speeding in pit lane, I think.
Probably disengaged the pit limiter there by accidentally.
Yes, or changed to second. Correct.
Yeah, I suspect his teammate left the gears, left the car in first gear, instinctively just shifted to first to second to pull away, and that caused the issue. Okay. Muscle memory can be a cruel mistress if you're not used to the intricacies of an endurance race.
That's true. Right, we're watching Heineke as he heads down to Ravazza. He's now net leader at the moment as he has just passed Versach in his Porsche. GT4 leader and GT3 leader almost in the same frame there. So is Chris coming in now? He is. So our leader comes in. That's going to promote Mark Antle up into first place in the big BMW, who's going through Aqua Minerale at the moment. So a big gap between him and second, or Chris Heineke at the moment. Lawrence Sterner sitting in the pits. Wesley Ferrand, they've just done a driver change, so they are now going to roll in the Aston. So a whole lot of driver changes and pit stops happening right now. We're going to watch Mark Antle in the BM, and we'll see if he comes in.
Yeah, so a driver swap, for those who haven't done this before, it takes 30 seconds at a minimum. So if you've got damage, that can extend your pit stop quite a bit. But if you just take fuel and tires, that is also about a 30-second pit stop. But because so in the longer races, some drivers will double stint their tires, save 7 seconds of the pit stop, just take fuel and go out again, so that when they come in after that, put on new tires, do the driver swap, and then lose the bit of time.
Good. Right. So Mark Antel and Brett Crocump both drive through. They both carry on. However, Junior McCall is right behind Brett Crocump, and they've pitted. So they are the net leaders at the moment, but Langeveld is in the pits from 4th place, and Jadwat is back in his car. So they've done a driver change.
Langeveld just getting a stop and go there.
Oh, Langeveld. So yeah, I'm going to go back 30. I'm going to go back a minute and watch this quickly. Let's just select Langeveld's car. So this is the problem. Right, we're watching him. I'm going to go to the aerial view, the helicam, and we'll see when the car speeds up in relation to the... I mean, it might have been before they came in, but there he goes off the jack. Now he's rolling.
Crosses the finish line.
Yeah, he's still slow as he gets down to the end of the pit lane here.
Did he just speed up too quickly?
I think that's what I'm looking for. No,
I'm not sure.
It didn't. It looked fine there. So maybe he came in too quick. Either way,
that might have been the case.
Yeah. Mark Antel is sorry. The replay is still running. We'll go live shortly, but according to the timing screen, yeah, there we go. So Mark is in the pits. Brett Crocump goes past in the Aston, as did his teammate Ross Bartle. So they're pushing the Aston to run 10-15 minutes longer. However, you can see Junior McCall, who is net leading, is right behind him now on the track.
And there's still 5 minutes to go. Get those entries in.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Everyone on YouTube, you're all free to enter. No, Dirkie, you didn't miss it. We had to reset it. So type your command in and get entered, buddy.
The command is !GT4 trouble.
That's
You'll
it.
see it above Walker. I think that's Robert Walker used it.
Antel still in the pits. He's not moved yet. Langerveld is driving through. No, Langerveld stopped.
That's a stop and go. He's got to stop and go.
Oh, it's a stop and go. It's not a drive through.
That's really gonna cost them.
True.
That's basically a pit stop, a forced pit stop, not doing anything. Because with a stop and go, you can't do anything to the car. You either take the penalty or you do a pit stop.
Yeah. Okay, so Antel. He's still static. Langerveld's rolling. So this should clear now as he exits past the pit out, stop, go, release. As we watch him get down to the end of the pits. There he goes, and the stop goes cleared. Bad luck there for them. So they come out net 6th, I think. Daniel Rowe has just gone past him. So Daniel Rowe goes into 6th. Christopher Langerveld is 7th. So Daniel Rowe.
Did he
Now
pass?
Mark Antel's just got to stop go.
Mark Antel. What is happening? Everything is falling apart.
So Mark Antel just threw away a whole lot of time now for also speeding in the pits. And Bernard Peters down in the McLarens in 22nd place has got a drive through. That's obviously for off-track excursions. Too many off-track excursions. So it's all going on. Right, all we're now waiting for is Krokkamp, the leader, to pit. And we shall then see everyone will have cycled through. And we have 3 minutes left in the competition. Mark Henneberry's just entered. Well done, Mark is in. Elzana Eckstein, she's in. Charlie Delta's in. Dirk is in. So, how many entries you got there without resetting that screen?
Let's quickly see. I have got 24 entries now.
Only. It's a lot of people
Only.
that haven't entered here. There's 55 watching. Come on, people, you got 3 minutes left. Exclamation mark GT4 trouble. Type that in and enter, and you will be in the draw for the shifter. So Peters has now got a stop go 30 after doing the drive through. So people are they're driving into the pits too fast. That's all it can be.
That seems to be the problem. Yeah, it's one thing you need to pay attention to practicing.
You do. I'm sorry, you do. It's very important.
We go and practice braking markers for turns, and we find braking markers that don't disappear.
Yeah.
But with the pit entry, sometimes drivers drive over the pit board that shows where the line is. So you actually need to make sure that you have a mental marker where you can slam on the brakes and slow down early enough.
So Jason Gray's in the car now, and they're doing their stop go in the BMW. So hopefully he's hit the line and he's at speed. He's now stopping, and they've got to stand for 30 seconds and then they'll be able to go.
I see Pretorius is on the back of Brunt, back in 27th position, the GT4. No, my timing screen is lying to me.
Yeah, so Dirk Brunt is going up the hill. Pretorius is not that far back. No, he is. Sorry. Mine's also catching up. Dirk Brunt is almost coming up to lap Pretorius. As the Mercedes goes very wide into Aquaman Orale. Jason Gray is now rolling. Let's hope that stop go gets deleted. They are now down to 9th, 10th, as he comes to the end of the pit lane. And there they go, all cleared.
Okay, I will say this, Peter Geldenhuis is on the back of Raymond Duggan. They are running very close to each other with some GT3s around them.
Yes, they are. The two Camaros.
It's half past. Let
All
me
right, my
go
man.
and start shutting things down.
Graham Stoppel just got his entry in. Milligram RSA Gaming, you need to put the exclamation mark in. Hurry up, type it in. Exclamation mark, GT4 trouble. Yeah, we're watching Duggan and Geldenhuis and the two Camaros here.
Okay.
Alpha Quad SA, they get one in. I don't know if that's going to go in. Let's see. There we go.
Mark Henneberry has won the Logitech Shifter.
Awesome.
Well done.
Well done, Mark. You were the lucky draw. So, and thanks for sorting that out, Sass. Glad you got that fixed.
Yeah, I'm also glad now.
Mark, if you're watching, I need you to do a screen capture of the whole screen now, just so that you can see it says your name there and the timestamp and all the rest. Please do a screen grab.
Just double checking he's not driving.
Yeah. And then you need to contact us on the email address, which is simracesa@gmail.com.
I should have had that prepped, yes. I think it's it should be the email address tied to the channel.
Yeah, good.
If you go to the About page.
Okay, so there we go. That's the first draw done. We'll do the second draw, which is going to be for the 32 button switch box, button box, and we're going to do that a little bit later in the show. So you guys want to stand a chance of winning that, you can enter again. There will be a whole new command, the exclamation mark GT4 trouble. That competition is finished. Don't re-enter or don't type any more in there. Thank you. And well done again to Mark Henneberry. Okay, so back to the race, peeps. With 1 hour 47 minutes to go, McCall leads, and it's Junior McCall, the little 13-year-old who is driving the Mercedes-Benz Evo GT3 at the moment for 80k Arena, and he leads. Second place is Brett Crocump now in the Aston Martin, but Brent still needs to pit. They haven't come in for their second pit stop, so they're going to probably run another 5 to 10 minutes based on what they did in the first segment. And then the last segment, they probably don't need to fill the car up. That's how I see their strat changing. They're gonna put in less petrol to have a quicker car for the last segment. How does that logic sound, Sus?
I'm not sure if that logic is sound.
All right then. Okay, thanks, buddy.
I actually didn't quite follow, so I just thought I'd made the pun.
Okay, Bash is up into third. So when Crocump re-pits for their stop, let's see what the gap is. Brett going over the start-finish line now, and Bash is onto the start-finish line. So yeah, Bash is going to essentially go past, and he is then therefore net second place. Wesley Ferrant is net third, and Daniel Rowe stroke Jordan Sherritt are up into net fourth place, I think. Let's wait for Crocump to pit and get that pit stop out the way. There's Mark Henneberry, he's on. Well done, Mark, you won.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I am quickly trying to line up a mid-race interview for us. I know Dirk Brandt has done this before,
That's
so
fine, yeah.
I'll see if I can pull him in.
Otherwise, if he's driving, we go down to his channel.
I'm just being careful of going and interrupting some other discussion that they might be having.
No, that's cool. Let's wait and see what the outcome of that one is. I did kind of just jump on his race the last time we were racing at Raceface. And he was okay with that, actually. Is he driving at the moment, or is...
Dirk Brandt is driving. He's currently in 26th, so
Okay.
second in the GT4 class.
See, Rourke in the Lexus has got a stop go 30. Let's go and see where Dirk is on the
Fatigue
track.
must be setting in. Like,
gotta be, man.
this is only a 4-hour race. I think when I was watching the 12-hour, halfway through you could start seeing people making mistakes, seeing fatigue set in. But if you're not used to it and this is your first race, it can easily catch you off guard and you can make small silly mistakes.
Yeah, totally. Just watching Dirk at the moment, he's got a pile of GT3s coming up behind him, so I don't think we're going to trouble him right now. So car 76, the Lexus A Denia, in currently, as Dirkie drives into the sand trap in Ravazza. They have essentially done all their pit stops already in 22nd place, the Lexus. So they're still going to now have to do another pit stop because they won't be able to get to the end of the race with this time. So I think there's still going to be a splash and dash for them just now.
Most likely.
Christos Santos is in 14th in his BMW. Now, there's a spin at the back. It looks like the McLaren again. I think it's Carr in the McLaren. No, it wasn't Carr. Who's the other McLaren? Bernard Peters.
Warren Linde, maybe?
No, it was Bernard Peters. He's just got it going again. But just going back to what I was saying, so Christos Santos has essentially been driving now for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
But that's excluding qualifying as well.
Yeah, so he's got as he goes straight through the chicane.
he must definitely be feeling the fatigue.
Yeah,
it's easy to miss your... If you're not applying 100% brake pressure to overshoot a turn like that.
And if he's in a channel, can you see him anywhere?
I will have a quick look around, but I doubt it.
No, he's not. He's obviously driving silent. Otherwise, I'd seriously go and grab him. No, he's not. Okay.
Well done on him. Like it's not easy, like entering a race thinking you'll only do 2 hours and then suddenly find out, oh no, I'm doing the whole race myself. That has to be commended in my eyes.
Yeah, there's some comments about McCall's being a little bit aggressive on their racing, so it is what it is. It's a fun event. There are no marshals and there's not going to be any penalties, but the guys need to just be patient. Right, so Junior currently leads. Brett Crocump still has to pit. He's 10.5 seconds back. So Brett is really stretching the Aston Martin's fuel range out here. He's up behind Jason Gray in the yellow BMW. Bashir, not too far back actually, and he's 9 seconds behind Brett. So when Brett comes in, Bash definitely... Well then, the overall lead means Bash is 19 seconds behind Junior McCall after 2.5 hours of racing. So
yes,
that's good stuff. We might still have another race on our hands just now.
Okay, I'm just trying to find Dirk on the track map to see if he is in clear air, because it looks a little bit crowded around him.
Yeah, here comes the Bentley. No, there's still a pile of cars coming. So
I'll wait then a bit to pull him in.
Where's a close race at the moment? Oh, Minnar, 13th place. Philip Minnar and Sean Bingham. This is for 12th and 13th place, as you see it on the track. The two Mercedes.
Oh yes.
They're having the closest dice on the track at the moment.
I did see Philip said in the chat, Chantal has food poisoning, so he's going to be doing the last two stints.
Same, man. Not feeling well.
She's not feeling too well, but like that said, she was doing fantastically if she wasn't feeling well.
Oh, Philip getting a tank slapper going through Aquaminerale. He's fallen off the back a little bit. Well caught though.
Okay, it looks like there is some clear air. I'll
Okay.
pull him in a moment.
Are you going to pull him up, or are we going down there?
I'll pull him up and
Okay,
move him
cool.
back.
He's okay with the chats.
Hello, Dirk.
Hello.
How are you, good sir?
Okay, thanks.
You're a little soft, my side.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
That's much better. That's
Is that
much
better?
better.
Okay.
Hello, Dick. How's it, bud?
Hey, all right. Yourself, thanks, Alan.
Good, man. Are you having fun in that little porker?
Yes, for the moment. Just at the beginning of my stint, as I think I typed in the comments there,
Yes, I saw it.
we did double stinting inadvertently.
Yeah.
But all good so far.
Cool. Yeah, there has been quite a bit of GT3 and GT4 contact, so you got to just do your best. Catch it. Oh. Sorry, buddy.
No worries. That was just my own fault.
Okay.
Yeah, just going in a bit hot there. Have you had any other technical issues, or is the strategy kind of working out for you? You're currently running in second overall for the GT4 class. How you feel about that?
Yes, yeah, no, the strategy's working out quite well. We had a late change to our tire pressures just before the start of the race,
Yeah.
which seems to be working very well. Yes, yeah, no real other issues besides my own. Yeah, now the tires are slippy,
Oh, Dick.
Okay.
No, this is not you. Believe me, this is something not like a.
Okay, sorry, buddy.
The track looks like it's still sitting static at 35 degrees for the last 2 hours. So, once you've spun, the tires just heat up a bit too much.
Yeah, they are in the high 27s now. It was due to my earlier stupid spin.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you've at least seen what it's like to talk to somebody while they're having an accident.
I've done this with you. You were perfect then, buddy.
Yeah, it's all my problem.
All right, listen.
My fault.
That's Jaco Pretorius in the distance in your mirrors, so he is net third. But the BMW is ridiculously quick. Versace's car is like he's lapped you guys twice already.
Yes, yeah, no. Look, we've sort of resigned to our second position if we can get there.
Yeah.
That BMW is just quick, and obviously it's
Sure.
not just the car; it's driver as well.
Yeah. All right, good. I'm happy from here. Sass, are you cool?
Yep. I'll move you back to your teammates, and good luck with the rest of the
Good
race.
luck,
man.
Dick.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, man.
Yes.
Right, back to the beginning. Back to the sharp end of the grid, and Mr. Crowcump now coming up and going past that third place GT4 Porsche. So next ahead of him is going to be Dirk Brunt, who we've just chatted to. But oh yes,
Hello?
Brett.
Yes.
Yeah, so Brett's got to still get into the pits now. He's way overdue. There in the distance you can see Bashir Jadwat coming up behind him.
Brett is really pushing it. Did they maybe have
No.
a very late stop? I can't remember
No,
when
they
they
did.
had their first pit.
They were 15 minutes in after the hour that they pitted on the first one. So they're doing it
clearly-
again here.
Yeah, they're hoping to stretch it as far as possible. So if
So-
they're doing hour and 15-minute stints,
Yep.
they should be pitting 3
With
hours.
half an hour on the last stint. So that's what I said to you just now, is does that make sense that they then don't have to put in as much fuel and they'll be quicker? And you said no, that doesn't make sense.
No, that does make sense.
Okay, cool.
It's starting to make sense now.
Right, glad we got
Okay.
that sorted out.
Yeah. It does mean that they can do this pit stop and add a bit of fuel and do the next pit stop and only take fuel, not take tires as well.
Correct.
That will save them 7 seconds or so.
But the
depending
fuel,
on how much fuel.
they don't need to put a full tank. They only need to put
that
maybe
is also
90
very
of
true.
130. So the car's going to be lighter and quicker for the last stint.
That might. Ooh, will that be enough to get them into first?
No.
Will it not?
Okay, Langeveld, all over the back of road. There's been a position change here as we catch up. So this is 5th and 6th on the track. Langeveld has... Langeveld goes through the chicane, slows down enough, won't get a drive through or any warning for that, but he's fallen off the back. And Rowe gets a drive through. This is their second drive-through.
What did they just... Oh, that's track warnings. That's track warnings.
Exactly. They've been going out of bounds again. So he's just got another drive-through. So they've driven up to 5th place and they're going to have to do another pit drive-through. That's bad luck. So Langeveld then essentially is still in 5th place. Verant in 4th, Jadwat 3rd, and Krookamp still needs to pit the Aston from 2nd. That's the dark horse. So that strategy is going to catch us out just now.
Yeah. It's so much to still unfold here.
Yeah. It's not
I do
over.
see all the way down in 22nd. Alan Denayer has they've done all of their required pit stops. So
they had to pit and pitted quite extensively. So I said earlier, I think you were fetching somebody. They're going to have to pit again. They can't get to the end now. If you look at the stopwatch on the race time, 1 hour 33 minutes. We're kind of at a normal sim race SA sprint race that's about to start now.
Yes.
So now it's a matter of
I mean, keeping in mind, like I can already feel my throat getting all scratchy and talking for the last 2.5 hours. So I can't imagine how tired these drivers' legs must be right now. Getting through it all, especially if you've got those nice hard pedals.
Yeah, the CESP
that can
pedals.
really work you.
Exactly.
Ooh, two-wheeled action that I just saw from Alan.
Going back to the front, here comes Brett. Going through Aqua Minerale. Bashir's passed him. So without the pit stop, Bash has already gone past and up into 2nd place. Wesley Ferrand, where is he on the track? Just going through the first Tamburello curves. So he will definitely go past. And Rowe will then have to... Rowe's coming in now. He's just hit the pit board.
Oof.
Did
he slow down enough?
I don't think he did. I think he ran too hot in, and I think he's hit the pit board. So everybody who's going to be pitting for the last pit stop, we're going to have a pile of drive-throughs because the pit board has been removed. Remember this conversation. Because I just saw the pit board go flying over the wall and it's gone. And Krookamp's in the pits now. So did Krookamp stop in time? I'm going to go and do a replay on Krookamp. I've got it. What car am I looking for? Brett, there we go. Let's go back 30 seconds. Brett. Okay, here we go. So he just passed the Camaro as he goes through the second Ravazza, and he's coming to the pit lane now. Oh, I swear, I think he's running too hot.
That might have been too hot, yes.
Once he goes over the line, he's too hot. I think that's going to be a drive-through. Okay. Oh dear. Let's see what happens. So
was that a sneaky move by Rowe to hit the pit board?
I think he slid into it and hit it.
Oh.
But they come out and it's gone. So here's Krookamp rolling. We're going to see when he exits the pit.
Now Bartel.
It's now over. Yeah. Okay. So it hasn't changed on my screen yet.
I think as soon as they exit the pit,
it's changed.
Yeah.
Now let's see. If they get a drive-through, that's going to be Krookamp's fault because I think he bombed over that line.
Yes. Oh, this would have been a very interesting strategy to see.
Would have. Here we go. Okay.
Looks like
I don't know how
safe.
soon it takes. Let's see.
Usually it's as soon as you cross the line.
Are you sure?
I think so. But maybe... Well, we'll keep an eye out.
Okay, let's keep an eye on it. But okay, they're out net 4th. It looked to me that they got a drive-through. Seriously, it looked like he piled over that line. Langeveld is behind the GT3's behind, so...
This does make it interesting now. So they came in earlier than I kind of expected. Or no, this was the mark.
They're doing 1 hour 15 each stint.
1 hour 15 each, yes.
So next stint, 1 hour 15 means they only have to pit for 15 minutes.
Yes. They're gonna have to take... They're gonna have to take tires though, because double stinting on those tires, if you're not ready, that can really catch you out.
Yeah. But they only need to fuel for 15 minutes.
Well, they could have fueled only for an hour now. And
True.
Let's take tires and have half an hour to figure out what we want to do.
YouTube channel's gone surprisingly quiet. There's a whole bunch of childs talking there. Not related, but anyway. Alrighty, so we will be running the second competition, which is the nice button box. When, Sass?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking like we can do that in the last half hour of the race.
Okay, so from 2:30, because it's now 10 to 2.
Yes.
So 2:30 until about 5 to 3, because we don't want to end that when the race is finishing.
Yes.
Okay, so make it half an hour, so we'll do 2:25
I'll set an alarm just now.
Okay. Turkey is there. We're watching. Cornay's there. Surprise. Hello. Okay, Zigot. Chris DeSantis. Up into 14th, man alone, and doing well. 2.5 hours under his belt. 1.5 hours to go. A normal SRSA race to go. And he's struggling. His last lap was a 1:46.9. And this lap I saw him run a little bit wide as he went through Ravazza. Let's see what this lap is.
I'm not sure how long Quaid has been sitting there, but he is ready for a bit of an interview.
Go get him.
I'm getting him. Hello, Mr. Quaid Claessens.
Hello.
Hey Quaid, how's it, buddy? I'll sort your mic out. You're a bit muffled there, buddy.
No, it's my fault. Sound.
Got you. There you go.
Okay. How has the race been?
Yeah, it's been good. We've had some scary moments with back markers, but otherwise the car feels great, and yeah, going well.
So
we did have.
Yeah, sorry, you can continue.
We did have a drive-through.
Yeah.
Fortunately. But
What was that for cutting on the straight?
No, not on the straights. The last chicane is quite difficult, and the car's a bit unpredictable.
Yeah, over the top, over the mount, on the top of the hill there.
Yeah. So
okay.
Running a little bit wide there. We got some drive-throughs, and then on my stints, I ended up I forgot what the name of the corner is. To go down the hill.
Yeah, so that's the first Ravazza.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was it. So I had to do a drive-through, but we're climbing again.
Yeah.
We're catching McCall.
Yeah, you're currently 16 seconds behind McCall, so there might still be an opportunity if you're lapping faster. I'm not. I'm actually looking at times. It's quite similar right now.
Oh, Bash is right up the back of this Camaro as the now swings out and goes. Are you doing 1 hour on, 1 hour off, Quaid?
Yeah, that's
okay. So you're going to finish the car?
Yeah, I'm going to be taking the checkered flag for us.
Cool.
So hopefully I don't bin it.
Awesome.
How's the tires been? Hot, cold?
The tires actually been perfect. We haven't struggled at all. Setup's been pretty kind to them.
No, setups, these Mercs are quick, eh? I mean, it was proof in the pudding. You know, there were 5 of them in the top 6.
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely the top car for this track.
Do you expect them to hand out an official BOP to slow it down? Or is it just the track, Quaid?
To be honest, I haven't driven this car too much.
Okay.
It has, I think on Spa it was pretty decent.
Yeah.
But that's as far as my knowledge goes for the Merc.
And this is your usual car. I mean, you normally run the Merc. Is it different from the other Merc?
No, well, we used to drive the Merc before, like in the
Yes.
beginning of ACC days. So
Okay.
and then we moved to the Porsche. So coming back from the Porsche to the Merc is a very different experience.
Yes.
Specifically for me because I've only had one night's practice with this car.
Okay, so it was at lastminute.com.
Yeah, I've been moving house and
Alright,
I've been sick, so it's like, okay, we'll just do what we can.
Do what you can. Do your best.
Yeah. But yeah, seems to be going well.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, all the best for the rest of the race. Seeing that you still have one stint left, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Go and sit in Bash's ear and just whisper him sweet nothings to keep him on track. And
Oh, that's how you can see he's going slower now because I'm not there whispering those things.
Exactly. He was
Okay.
you guys had an awesome dice earlier with the McColls as well. So
Yes, there was
hopefully
quite a scary moment
it
with all three
was.
of us. And
Yeah. I don't know what actually happened there with Jason. Something happened, and the next thing, all three of you were nose to tail again.
from what I could see, Jordan, it's Jordan, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got tapped by a backmarker, a GT4 car. So he had a bit of a half spin there.
Technically, that's him tapping the GT4 car.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Okay.
it made it for very interesting racing.
Cool, man. Good luck.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao. Awesome. Nice to chat to the drivers, especially as they come out of the car and in between stints. 9th place, Lionel Clues, very close. Let's jump to him. There we go. Lionel Clue and the Aston Martin of Brits. And this gap is half a second. It's less than half a second. Brits is driving defensively. Lionel trying to find a way past in the Lexus. Oh, coming into Tosa, and Lionel's thrown it up the inside.
Ooh,
And he's made the pass.
makes the
stick.
move.
Yeah, good clean pass. Brits,
That's good awareness from Brits. Does look like he ran a bit wide.
yeah,
so he
Jandre
was-
left it wide open there, to be
Yeah.
honest. He didn't turn in, so rather just let it happen, and that's done and dusted. Pass made.
As I've said earlier, though, it's an endurance race. And it's a weird mental situation to be in.
Yeah.
You mentioned this is a regular SRSA race now.
No, yeah.
That's the amount of time that's left.
Yeah.
But you can't approach it with that because you've already invested 2.5 hours into this race.
No, you have.
So do you go aggressive? Do you rather say, cool, get the overtake? I'm not going to worry about battling you. Save fuel, save the tires. Let me just keep my head down and continue going.
Yeah, listen, we don't know what each team's doing as far as strats go, but, you know, strats come into it. Everyone who's running endurance knows you've got to be able to, you've got to look for an advantage somewhere, possibly do a double stint if you can, if the tires lasted, and so on and so forth. So it always makes for interesting racing because every team has a different way to attack it. And,
Yes.
you know, after how many hours, and we're going to boil down to at the moment, we've got, 14 seconds between first and second place right now. We're just watching Hansi Meyerberg in the big Bentley, well up into 7th place now, and doing really well with the Bentley. Lionel Clue 2.5 seconds back in the Lexus, and looking to come back at the Bentley as Hansi sends it up the inside of the Camaro. Camaro does a good job to stay out wide and give the gap there. Langerfeld also, that gap is close. So Ross Bartle is currently in the car. Ross Bartle just going up over the top of Piratella. And Langerfeld now at Piratella. So that gap between Bartle and Langerfeld is 23 seconds, I think.
Yeah. That's quite a gap.
And is that? And then it's Langerfeld to Rowe, is that correct? So
We've
that 7
complained
seconds.
many times about this timing tower
Yeah.
not updating often enough. Please, Gunos, please help us out.
Do an update, yeah, please, man. What does our timing screen say? Doesn't show the gaps. Okay, not too sure, but Martin Joubert shouting, "Go Lionel!" Lionel Clue. Yo, splitting a bunch of GT4s. Be nice now. Guys, the GT4s have right away. You can't just punt them. He just managed to get through those two. I think they actually parted ways for him to come through. So Lionel is hustling the Lexus. Just behind Lionel, that looks like Ross Bartle. It is Ross Bartle. Ross Bartle has got, and Junior McCall. So McCall going through the GT4s and Ross Bartle now going past the Porsche of Dirk Brandt. They all do a nice job.
It's a really big train of cars.
It is. Oh, that Aston needs to be careful behind the Porsche. They must wait now.
They must be patient. Yeah.
Good. When you get to the next
Be
stretch,
patient.
you can then pass.
Get the exit. Yes.
Much better. That's how it needs to be done. Alright, all good. Okay, so we have McCall having passed Bartels, so they've lapped everyone up to 4th place. McCall, Jadwat and Farrant, they're the only cars on 91 laps. Ross Bartle here is on 90 laps with Christopher Langeveld and Daniel Rowe. And then Meyerberg in 7th place in the Bentley, Lionel Cluj, Andre Brits, Minnar, Gray, Isherwood, Bingham, Dos Santos and Jeff Carr and Henry Roux on 89 laps, 1 lap further back. Jeff Carr, Antonucci. We're just going to, so here's Honor.
I'm looking at Dirk Brandt, and I can see how it can be stressful driving in the slower class, because if you're not confident that the GT3s can all make clean passes, it can make for some clenching moments.
Honor Fasaki having done 85 laps, Dirk Brandt 83 laps. So Honor Fasaki is up the road, the best part of 2 laps ahead of every other GT4 car on the track.
Yes.
Dirk Brandt is 7 laps off the lead, 8 laps off the lead. So
yes.
In 26 overall, as Bashir arrives up the back of him at a huge rate of knots and does the right thing and waits for him. They go through Aquamanarale now. Bashir now steps out to the right and goes past. Well done, Bash. That's how you do it, buddy.
I'm pleased to see that the field is still almost all there, barring the one car that stopped.
Yeah. I don't know about this Paterson guy in this BMW. He hasn't left the pits. I mean, he's done no laps.
Well, he was probably trying to do some cameras and stuff, and then messed that up.
I should pull out of the pits and drive at 10 and see what happens.
See if you can create an extra chicane there.
Exactly. Right, McCall goes over the line, does 93 laps. Vash is 12.5 seconds back with 1 hour 15 minutes to go. So it's essentially it's going to boil down to traffic and your pit stop strategy.
Yes.
So who's brave enough to not change tires and take on less fuel and make a shorter pit stop? Because 16 seconds is not a big gap with 1 hour to go, buddy.
Yes. Was it Bartle?
Actually 12 seconds, sorry.
Bartle is going to do the longer stint.
Yeah.
And pit halfway through, so it's going to be interesting. Maybe if everybody dives into the pit to do the swap for the final stint, we'll see Bartle maybe being able to get some clean air and put down good race pace.
He's currently hassling up the back of Junior McCall in the mist. But then again, we're also assuming that they might have also put in less fuel to run a faster car now.
It might be. It's as I said, like it's in this case, I wouldn't double stint the tires because they're going to go off by quite a bit. I'd rather take the fresh tires, but knowing that I can have less fuel and
Agreed.
gain through that.
I'll tell you what, Ross Bartle's quicker. He's so smooth in this car, but he looks way quicker than Junior at the moment in the Mercedes. Even though Junior's up behind the Lexus, Ross is just looking a lot more. He's much quicker.
Looking at their last lap times though.
Yeah. We're watching now.
Junior is doing
43.7.
43.7.
Ross 43.4.
43.4. So it's quite even though.
Yeah, he's still quicker. I mean, he wants to essentially unlap himself.
Yeah. That's what he's trying to do here, and Junior is not gonna let that up because he knows if he does that, it means Bartel is likely going to come out the pits in the lead. Well, that's if they notice that they pitted so late
Exactly.
and now have the opportunity for an undercut or overcut. What would this be?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
we
an
didn't.
overcut.
There was nothing in driver's briefing relating to unlapping yourself or anything like that.
Yeah.
So there's nothing stopping Ross to actually go past Junior. There's no law on this.
Yeah, it's just about it's regular racing. It's
Yeah.
making sure you do a clean overtake. And looking at the pace, they're evenly matched here, but it's going to be about who makes the first mistake. Looking at how consistently that they can drop.
But Sash, you've got to give credit where it's due. I mean, this kid, Junior McCall, he's 13 years old in this car. And his driving skills are impeccable. All right,
Yes.
they do get a little bit rattled when there's a competition or if there's
Yeah.
other traffic, but you know, the fact that he can do these kind of laps, it's still impressive stuff.
That's definitely impressive. At that age, I was driving tractors and going slow, while being told to go as slow as possible, not going as fast as I can.
Yeah. Yeah, Durkee commenting on the stream being a little bit behind. That's it, Durkee. We're always about 30 seconds back on an official live stream, so there's nothing we can do about that. That's how long it takes for the stream to get to YouTube to bundle it, and then push it out to the World Wide Webs.
I see no problem with this as a driver, though. You get like kind of a free replay.
Oh yes. No, you're true. That's but it just doesn't help to have that running on your top monitor, and then you watch that to see what's happening. Meantime,
Yeah, it's better running some telemetry tool to
Yeah,
give you an
exactly.
idea of what the standings are. But even then, what's really nice about an endurance race is you don't have to look at all of those things all the time. You can get your head down and focus on the racing. Have your teammate focus on seeing where the gaps will be, what the time differences are between you and the person ahead. And that way you're running a much better race.
Daniel Rowe just gone past Ryan Hill in his Janetta. So Alan Denyer and Shane Budd have both now completed their pit stops with 1 hour and 11 minutes to go. I'm convinced they'll still both have to pit, but as I say that, Warren Linder just arrives in the pits now, so can he fuel this and Brimmer to run to the end? He is currently in 19th place. So we shall now start seeing the no, it's not Ryan, it's Donnie Miller back in the Janetta, I beg your pardon. So we'll see now who's going to pit from the lead pack, because that's going to be now what's the word I'm looking for, the team strategy going to the end of the race.
Yeah.
McCall, Jadwat and Farrant last laps. McCall 43.6, Jadwat 42.8 and Farrant a 45.3, a little bit slower. So Bash is pushing to close down the gap. Could have been traffic, yes, but the gap currently 10.8 seconds, as you can see on the timing tower.
Yeah. Bartel is really struggling to get past McCall here.
Yeah, he's fast, but he can't outpace Junior.
Yeah.
And Junior certainly doesn't have to pull over for him. They're coming up to some traffic, so let's watch. Hopefully Junior deals with this nice and cleanly.
That is Pretorius in one of the GT4 cars,
Correct. It's the Porsche Cayman.
Jaco Pretorius.
And
So main straight is where I think this will happen.
yeah.
Oh, that's
oh,
a
you
dive
see,
down
that's
the
a
inside.
dive down the inside. I mean, he doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, it's easy enough to still react to that. But if it's any later than that, you're gonna end up diving.
No, but what I'm
beside
saying
the
is,
car.
if that Porsche took his normal racing line, Junior would have driven into the back of him.
Yeah.
And that's what it's not about, you know. So I don't think these guys run enough multi-class series in on Raceface and the other leagues, and I think they need to. I don't even think the drivers, in fact, besides Rob the dad, was in the drivers' briefing, so they probably wouldn't have heard the law about the GT4s having the right of way on the track. And now he's slowing down. Junior McCall
Is he running out of fuel?
Is just crawling around Tosa.
He's running out of fuel.
Oh my word.
What happened there?
1 hour, 9 minutes to go, but the car's stopping.
That car has stopped. I think that car is dead.
People, you're seeing some trouble here.
Empty.
That's... I don't know what that's about. I know we were talking about them and they're driving, but this doesn't look like any issue related to anything except fuel.
That's jumped
They've
to
reset
pits.
to the pits. So they're going to sit here for, what is it, 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, it's something like that. That is an expensive mistake to make.
Totally. So, Bash has just inherited first place. Yeah, Ryan Hill on this YouTube stream saying, oh no, also out of fuel. I'm not too sure how they miscalculated that. No one was watching the fuel gauges and everyone was on there. So that's very bad luck for the McCalls. But I expect this stop is 2.5 minutes, which is going to put them probably around, based on the lap counts, about 4th or 5th.
Yeah, it does now mean that Bartle, who has that splash and dash in hand.
Yeah. No, well, they net third already. Doesn't matter what happens. Ross Bartley is in 3rd place. Wesley Ferrand now going around the track, and he will now essentially drive into 2nd place. That's astounding. I mean, shame. Maybe the youngster didn't watch the fuel tank, but the strategy.
I didn't see what. He was past the GT4 car easily coming out of the last turn.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that the pit lane was blocked off.
No.
That was just not watching, and that's something I wanted to mention earlier. It's risky running your fuel so that you only have 1 lap left.
Yeah, you don't push it that far. Even I kind of scream and shout at the kids Kieran and Leslie, and make sure that there's still at least a lap left when they need to pit. Don't run it to fumes.
Especially in a race where you've got live stewards, they can easily hand out a drive-through penalty for a mistake on your side.
Exactly.
Or a stop and go, and then you need that extra fuel for your to serve your penalty before you can actually go back. This was just a pure.
Also you've got to know what the car's economy is. You've got to have been watching what your mapping's on. So I don't think the guys are there watching him, and I don't think the youngster was watching his fuel gauge. So that's just bad luck for Junior. Right, they're still there, so they're rolling. Here we go, they're coming out net 6th. So Hansi Meyerberg, he's coming over the start-finish line. He might bump up and pass them. And hopefully they don't get a stop-go as they exit. Hansi goes past, so the Bentley moves up into 6th. McCall comes out the pits. It's Junior still in the car. And so Morgan, they didn't do a driver change, so Junior's double stinting. He's going to be finishing the car. So Jordan, what did that mean? Yeah, so Jordan did the first 2 hours and Junior's going to do then. Okay, all good. Good luck. Let's see how he does from here. He's going to drive that car flat stick from here, flat out. I suspect they should be able to get maybe back to 5th.
Yeah, they're fast enough to get there.
Wow, that was incredible. Shame, man. He obviously just forgot to look and no one was around him. Dad or Morgan wasn't there to tell him to pit, and he just he forgot to pit. Okay, so he was the first one done, although look at that hasn't counted as an official pit stop because it was an emergency, so they've got to go in again and put in at least 1 litre to make it valid. That was an emergency return to pit, so it didn't count.
Yes.
Whoops.
It's so tough when that happens.
Walker, oh I get it. Odin Racing, that's very clever.
Yes, that's Wesley Ferrand and where did I see the name?
Who's
So that's
Walker? Is it
320.
Wesley?
No, that's Robert Walker, but he's also part of the Odin team.
Okay.
But Odin Racing consists of Wesley Ferrand currently
Yeah,
driving and
Ryan.
Lawrence
Got
Turner.
it. Yeah. I just wasn't sure who Walker was, but okay. Here they come in for this pit, so they're doing the pit now, the mandatory pit. This is Junior, so he's going to stop, put in a litre, and it should then be official. They'll be finished and they can drive to the end. So this will be a quick literal stop and go here.
Hopefully that doesn't mess up. Well, when you're flustered like that, hopefully that doesn't get messed up and you end up with way too little fuel.
Yeah, true. They're putting a lot more fuel here. Car standing still, so this could be a driver change as well as a little fuel refill.
It's possible.
Let's see. So it's all going on here. With an hour left to go, and these guys were easily winning the race, hands down, to have a huge mistake, and they've how can he be? Okay, now he's dropped. Now he's going. They've gone down to 12th. As one as the Camaros come in the background. That's Peter Geldenhuis's car.
Okay, that has jumped in.
And you can Morgan's back in the car, and the car's gone to green, so that's an official pit stop. So shame, I feel for Junior there, really I do. I think he was all on his own in the rig, and he just couldn't see the fuel stop. He wasn't looking at the dashboard. Oh, and they get a stop and go 30.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That just shows, like, getting flustered, how much it can hurt your race.
How much it affects you. That's, well, they're right out of the race now. So another stop and go, they're going to have to come and do that. Or Morgan's going to have to. Okay.
We've broken 100 laps for this race. So.
Yeah. So Bashir at 101 laps, and I said it was going to be, I think,
there was
240.
Yeah.
No, 140.
140. Yeah,
So,
there's still.
Yeah. It's going to be about 104. I said 142 for the whole race. So they've got an hour to go. Let's see how this pans out. Rowe is in from 5th place. So here we go. This is the other potential.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. They were trying to gain time now.
Yeah. Right, let's see if they fix the car as well. So they're in. Ross Bartle in 4th place. So Jadwat leads from Ferrand. What is that gap? Let's try and work it out. So where is Bash? He is going over the top chicane. So he's going through Variante Alta. And Wesley Ferrand on the track is going over the start finish line. So that gap is 50 something seconds at least.
Yes. No, that's a significant gap. Bash is well ahead in this case.
Dos Santos in the BM comes into the pits, as does Antonucci. And Sherritt is now in the car. So Sherritt's going to bring it to the end. So he's going to drive hammer and tongs as he drives down the pit lane. Out he comes, all done and dusted. They're green to go. So Sherritt's finished. They've done their pit stop for the end of the race.
Should be seeing more pit stops coming in right now.
Yeah. Okay, so Morgan's in the pits to clear his stop and go. And yeah, watch the pit lane. People are going to fly in that pit lane. We should have put the camera there, because I guarantee you people are going to be going over that line faster than they should be.
Speaking of pit stops, I need to make a quick pit stop
Off
and
you
then
go,
get ready
buddy.
for the next
Okay.
giveaway very soon.
Chris DeSantis sitting in the pits. So Chris, this is his final pit. Morgan McCall currently rolling now, so this will hopefully clear the stop go. Very, very poor luck and bad luck for them. I feel very sorry. Currently in 16th place, but a lot of cars ahead of them still have to pit, so they won't stay there. And the stop go has been cleared, so there we go. was unfortunate. Junior coming back into the pits, he must have driven over the line, and he picked up the stop go. So Morgan now got to drive from 16th place back. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars ahead of him that still need to pit. As we'll see, Jordan Sherritt is in the pits. That car's all fixed, as you can see. The bonnet's been straightened out. Bash is now pitting from the lead. And the guys need to watch the entry into the pits, because that board has been knocked away. And so if anybody's going to get stop goes, it's going to be now, with the board not being there and they miss where the line is. Sean Bingham's in the pits. Dylan Dawes. Van der Merwe in the Ferrari as Bash comes to his box to stop. Jean-Andre Brits comes in. Jordan Sherritt still sitting in the pits. This is a long stop now. What is going on here? This is longer than normal because they were in before and cars are coming out already. They're now down to 6th place. Are they still in the race, or have they disconnected? Yeah, agreed. Needs coaching on the YouTube channel. Walker's there. Martin Jabet. Okay, so we got a problem here. Jordan Sherritt is not moving. So I don't know if they've retired, but they're just now chilling in the pits. So let's move on. Bash is rolling and exits, and no stop go for him. He comes out. Wesley Farrant now hits the pit lane. Hopefully he didn't speed in. And Wesley pulls into his pits and he stops right behind Jordan's car, which is still static and now 2 laps down. So I think Jordan and them have retired from the race, to be honest. Langeveld now in 2nd place. Oh, what was that? There was a McLaren tearing into... There goes the McLaren. Was that car? It was Jeff Carr. So Jeff Carr having a bad session through Tamburello curves. He's got the car back on the track and he's going. Running a bit wide there as he goes through Tosa. Lawrence in the pits. He's rolling. Hopefully he gets out now without a stop go for Odin Racing. The entry of the pits is a tricky little pit for this track. Out they come. All looks good. All's cleared. It's all good to go. Okay, so with just under an hour to go, 56 minutes and 25 seconds, we've got Wesley looking at the back of the Porsche. The Porsche moves over and lets him go by. Langeveld and Bartels still need to pit. Jason Gray in the BMW now in 5th still needs to pit. Carr in the McLaren must pit, and Roux in his Lexus must pit, as well as a few others looking further down the pits. And as I say that, Langeveld comes in. So this is Langeveld's last stop, and just behind him you can see the McLaren of Carr. He's just come in, who ran through on the pit stop. No, Peter, it's not GT4 trouble. The second competition hasn't opened yet, and it's going to be a new command.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Jeff Carr. What is he doing? He stops before his box. Now he's pulling forward. He's hammering his pit stop in the McLaren.
Okay.
So it looks like the other aliens, Jordan Sherritt and company, have dropped out of the race.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, he did 1 lap and drove back into the pits, and he hasn't come out. So I think he's always had a mechanical problem. He's had
that might be the case.
Yeah, steering wheel maybe, or a disconnect hardware wise, but they're out. Heineke is heading down to the end of the pits, and I'm carefully watching these last pit stops for stop goes.
Okay, so
good.
sorry, I'm interrupting just to kick off the giveaway. So
As
this
you
giveaway,
need to.
yes, this giveaway is for a really nice button box, sponsored by GT3. Stephen Kenny is one of the owners, or the owner. I'm not completely sure, but he gracefully gave us a really nice button box that we can give away. This
Before
time,
you carry on,
yes,
everyone on YouTube, listen, it's not the same keyword, so stop typing in the old keyword, Shiraz and Peter.
yes, I'll share the keyword just now.
Okay.
But essentially, if you're interested, go and have a look at what GTech offers. I'll try and grab a URL as well and post that in chat.
Yeah, do that.
And this time, the command will be !race fuel.
Okay, good one.
So make sure you get that in. I'll share that in chat as well. It might say that I'm entered. Please ignore that. I'll remove my eligibility.
Corne Breed. Mark vinnig. Hurry up. Shiraz just arrived home from work.
See.
Endrin saying ban them all.
Okay.
Right. Let's see if those go through and if these people are in. Did you update the keyword?
Yes, I did. It should be... Yeah, I'm already tracking some responses. We've got 8 eligible users now.
Alright, hang on. The bot hasn't replied to all these people yet, though.
It should come very soon. There, my message is coming through.
Okay.
Some of the early entries would have already also
right, yeah, they
been
come.
registered.
Let's just reply to Walker. So we're watching Ross Bartle, and he is going on. So Ross Bartle is doing what we suggested while we wait for the bot to wake up.
Yes.
He is running long 15-minute stints, which means his next pit stop is only going to be with 15 to 20 minutes of the race left. That's how far he can go. So watch this space for second place and Lawrence Sterner in third place. There we go. The bot's answering everyone. Here comes all the replies. So everyone, !race fuel to enter for the, I think it's a 32 button box. And that's what you've got to type in the command, which it looks like everybody's doing. Eric Kirsten has done 4 million entries, but only one count. Quade Claessens and Bash will be out the car now because Quade is bringing the car in. So Bash can enter the competition if he wants. Endrin Govender from Southern Natal, he's entered. There we go.
I did post the website link to gtech.co.za.
Thank you. Okay, like for real, people, it really is only one entry. Putting it in multiple times, it doesn't help. So once it's answered you, that's it. You don't get more chances in the competition. You've only got one entry in there. Okay, Quade Claessens going over the line, 107 laps. His last lap was a 1:43.6. Ross Bartle in second place, coming down the start-finish line now onto lap 107. Bish and his last lap a 1:43.6. In fact, it was 0.003 difference, with Quade Claessens doing a 43.662, Ross Bartle a 43.665. And that gap is, with Ross still having to do a pit stop though, but the gap is probably around about 20 seconds. It's 19 seconds. Well done.
Yeah, if he can continue growing that gap and build the buffer for a quick splash and dash.
Yeah, that's the point. Jordan's in the YouTube. Dude, seriously, what did you do? What happened? Did you have a hardware failure, or what was the problem, Jordan? Such bad luck, man. Jumping down to GT4, I can't find him now. Oh, there he is. He's in the pits. Honor is finally pitting. Honor has driven this car for 3 hours and 12 minutes.
Yo,
He must be hammered, having
really
put that
pushing
pace.
that stint.
Seriously quick laps. Oh, Stefan Herbst in the little Porsche gets a stop-go for speeding. So he's going to come back in. Honor Fasaki, this has to be a driver change. Jordan, while you're there on YouTube, you might as well enter the competition, buddy. Just type in ! race fuel and you'll be in the competition. But please let us know what happened. We're just busy watching Honor Fasaki in the GT4 BMW, and this will be a driver change. It should be, otherwise they're going to be deemed as an illegal race stint. The car's off the jack. Big wheel spin out the pit lane. This needs to be JC Kroble in the car now. Sass, it hasn't changed, buddy.
What hasn't changed?
The driver stint.
The driver stint.
Still says it's Honor Fasaki in the car.
Is it only Ono here today?
Yeah, that's going to be... I don't know.
No, Diogo.
Not Diogo. Behind him, Honor
Oh,
Fasaki.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's definitely pushing it. According to the spotter's guide.
It's supposed to be JC Kroble. He's got to do at least 40 minutes. So, why didn't he change drivers? Leslie's on the YouTube. He's just typed in his command. Leslie's in for the competition. Kavan R. Well done. Shiraz is in. Anthony Wilson. Melvin Khoos. No, Melvin, that's not how you spell it. Francois Erasmus is in. I don't know where Jordan is. He's not answering. I think he's maybe had a mechanical failure somewhere.
That might have been the case. I'm
Yeah.
trying to contact him.
Yeah, if he is going to be a little upset, I doubt he'll want to have a chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so Quade Claessen's clean out in the lead, but Ross Bartle still has to pit, and we're expecting Ross to come in, as I say, between 15 to 20 minutes left of the stint, and that's going to be a splash and dash. That's their strat. Henry Roux in the Lexus also still has to pit. They've also pushed it, and they go past for another lap. So they're in net 8th at the moment, but they still need to pit for the final pit stop. Darts ZA, more drama. Wow, what did I miss here? Same rig? Okay, so people are thinking that possibly he's had a...
Yes, Jordan is in the waiting area.
Okay,
Okay, I'll pull him in.
awesome.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, sorry, I'm busy telling my dog to get out of my room. You guys pulled me in.
Oh, bad luck, man. Jordan, what happened, dude? Seriously.
To be honest, just if you have those races where everything can go wrong
Yeah.
from start to end,
Did everything go wrong?
yeah, literally,
Oh, same, man.
just having bad luck with back markers. That I think they're not really aware of what's happening on track and or their surroundings. So we've been collected like 5 times.
Yeah.
So the last time I got like 50 seconds of damage, and I was like, well, that's sort of it. Just retired the car. And
Okay.
Then, just watch.
Yeah, look, it does present a different strategy with the GT4s and 3s mix, so it makes for an interesting race. But yeah, look, I mean, with them being slower, it's always going to be difficult, and they're slower in and out of the corners, which is, we've seen it on the stream. It caught out a couple of cars, but damn it, man, that was bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, it was going good. I think we set ourselves up good for qualifying.
Yeah.
And then that sort of, we hoped that we would keep it clean, and I think this track's very tricky with off tracks.
Totally,
getting cuts.
Totally.
Like, you can get caught off guard. Like, sometimes you even think you're going slower, but then you get a cut.
Exactly.
So I had like 2 questionable cuts, and then my last one, I was like, wow, I was shocked.
That was the one, I guarantee you, it was the little kink on the main straight that caught you out.
No, it was actually, first sector. So you have the first chicane,
Yeah,
then the
Tamburello,
right,
then you get
and,
down to
and then that
Villeneuve.
left.
Yeah.
So before Villeneuve, as you come out on the exit, I ran slightly wide, touched the dirt, and I got it off track.
Off track.
Or warning.
Sure.
So yeah, I guess it is what it is. I think if we didn't have the incidents, I think we would still be in the running because I think my pace was good when I had to clean track.
Yeah,
so.
no question, buddy. You
Yeah.
were chop on the track.
But congrats to Bash and I think Ross Bartle. They're running a good strategy, and there's a few others that have just kept clean. And yeah, I think that they did a good race. And hopefully next time you guys do another one, and we can give them a run.
Please do, Jordan. Keep in touch, and
Cool.
at least come race a few more with us and enjoy our company, buddy.
I
Yeah.
would say try and run the GT4s. Like
The GT4s.
Yeah, I guarantee you'll be ahead of a couple of the GT3 cars, buddy.
Yo, I don't know about that. The GT4s are quite slow at this track, but maybe at like a Zolder or something like that, perhaps. But yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for coming in and having a chat, man.
Cheers. Okay, bye.
Ciao.
just
Okay, so there we go. Lawrence Turner in third. We're watching him at Odin Racing. This is now going to be the next questionable issue before the end of this race, and before you run out of this competition time, which is going to end at 5-3, I think.
5-3, yes.
So we've got Ross Bartle currently in second place, wringing the Aston's neck. Oh, I saw a Porsche. There it is in the background. So the Porsche of Pullen has turned around again. But I worked out Ross's strategy from the first hour, because he drove 1 hour 15 minutes, and he's done that, well, they've done that since the start of the race, which means this strat is going to put them coming into the pits with 15 minutes, between 15 and 20 minutes left of this race. And they're going to not change tires, and they're only going to put in enough fuel to do, how many laps do you do in 15 minutes?
15 minutes should be about, you said 9 laps and 10.
Yeah,
no, 9. It's 9 laps.
9 or 10 laps worth of fuel. And then they're going to hopefully try and be light and fast and be either on the podium or very close to behind Lawrence Turner. So that's what's going to be going down now. Yeah, everyone on YouTube's entering this one. We got 70 people watching. Can you see what the total is in the entry at the moment?
Total entered is 35.
Wow. So there's a lot of people that have either left or aren't entering. But if you want to enter to win a nice USB button box sponsored by Tech, type in hashtag, I beg your pardon, ! race fuel.
This isn't Twitter.
Yeah. That's me. Okay. Lawrence Turner, here he is. Let's try and work the gap out. I'm going to have to do a manual jobby on this. So we're going to watch. Here's Ross. Let's get the stopwatch open. And we need to find a static point that he goes by fast.
Can we not just look at his lap time?
We can't. It's not going to work. Here's the bridge. Blink as he goes under the bridge. Right, he's gone under the bridge. Where's Lawrence? Lawrence is just going through the second Ravazza. So we're going to see what this gap is when Lawrence goes under that bridge, which is around Tosa.
That's a gap. That's a really large gap.
Yeah, we're talking, but this is to work out if Ross can come in and get out and still maintain second place.
I'm going to quickly Google time lost on Imola.
Or Imola pit. Yeah, okay. What is the pit in and out of the pit lane in total, etc. Lawrence goes past the Camaro of Peter Keldenas, and Krookamp in 15th place gets a drive through. Too many off-track excursions, so they're in the pits right now, and from 15th place they're going to lose. Okay, so Lawrence is going through Tosa now, and I'm at 56, 57 as we come up to the bridge now. I guess it's 1 minute as it stands right now.
I think that's enough.
So 1 minute is what we're trying to work out. If Ross Bartle can come in, put in enough fuel for 12, 10, 11 laps and get out the pit lane. What does Google say?
I'm not finding anything.
Henry Roux in 11th place has just got a stop go for speeding in the pit lane. He does his last pit stop and he speeds. So he's now got another 30-second stop-go to add to his time. So he's going to drop down from 12th. That's bad luck, buddy.
I'm seeing Ruan in chat saying he also tried to track it down, the Imola time, and he didn't find anything. Maybe one of the drivers can tell us. What are they budgeting on time lost?
How long does it take to do... Okay. Watch H. DeWitt. Let's watch Cart in 12th place. Where is he? Hugo DeWitt.
So he's got to stop and go.
He's got to stop and go. We're gonna time his drive in to the stop and then his pull off time to the exit. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, the stop go, static time's going to be 30 seconds. So we time the whole thing and we just remove 30 seconds and that'll give us the time in and out of the pits, okay? Cool. Sorry to everyone on YouTube. Ono Fasaki doing race solo. That's what it looks like to us. It's supposed to, this you know, if there's 2 drivers in his team, which we've got, the one driver is supposed to at least do a 40-minute stint, and Ono hasn't got out the car. So it looks like he's driving the entire race on his own, but he's a good 2 laps ahead of the entire GT4 field. Right, you go. Going round Ravazza 1, Ravazza 2 is coming to the pit lane now. I'm ready. Here he comes. Where's the line? There's the line. Now. Okay, stopwatch is going. Sass, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm anxiously waiting. This is breathtaking stuff.
Okay, so he's in the pits. Matthew Rourke, Lexus is in, and Diogo in his Porsche is in the pits. Now there's a Lexus there as well. Oh, that's Matthew Rourke in the Lexus. Right, Hugo DeWitt stops. So he's got to stand still for 30 seconds and then roll. And we will see what this total comes to, and that's going to help us work out Lawrence Sterner stroke Ross Bartle and the competition there. Philip Minnar, he's entering the competition. Andrew Charles is entering. Well done. Keep it coming, guys. You've got about 15 minutes.
Does look like Philip Minnar had a disconnect.
Did he?
Yes, he said error, DCP socket set timeout error detected.
Oh dear.
That is unfortunate, and the
Great.
vet pulls away.
Okay, he's going. Let me put it on the aerial camera quickly. There he is. And he's going towards the line, and hopefully that clears. Goes over the line now. 1 minute 18, less 30 seconds.
So that's just drive time.
That's into the pits and out the pits. How long?
Yes. 1 minute, so minus, that's 48 seconds.
You're
Yeah.
just watching a whole lot of drama going on down there. I don't know who that was, but we saw it from the helicopter. Okay. Thank you. 48 seconds. Let me write that down because I want to see how accurate we are.
I think so, and that's just drive time. So
Right. So now we got to add 12 liters of fuel.
how long will that take?
Yeah, we don't know that. But okay, so we know it's 48 seconds worth of drive time plus basically a splash and dash. So let's say
a full load of fuel is about 23 seconds. That's in the Ferrari, which has a 110 liter tank.
okay, so 6. So how much? 23, 24 seconds. No, man, it's 30 seconds to brim the car, isn't it?
No. So 30 seconds to brim the car and change tires.
Okay, if you don't change tires.
If you don't change tires, last time I checked, it was 23 seconds.
Okay, so he doesn't need to brim it. He's got to put in 10. So it's a third of that. So it's going to be about 6 seconds. So 48 plus 6. So let's say 54 seconds in total. Okay, that's what I'm guesstimating. How's that sound?
It sounds about
55
close.
at a push, dude.
Yeah, it's close. Just trying to grab a spreadsheet somebody had
No,
sent me.
never mind that. So 55 seconds, and the gap then is?
We said a minute.
I'm going to go and look now. So here's Ross. Let's go back to normal camera views. Spa is 57 seconds for a drive, according to Ruan. 60 seconds to a minute. Yeah, I'm saying 55 with a splash and dash.
Yeah.
With the drive-through.
So add at least 8 seconds. Time loss for 1 liter of fuel on all circuits adds about 8 seconds to the pit.
So I'm currently on Lawrence Sterner. The gap that we should see, it says plus 1 lap. So the next time he goes over the start-finish line should be the gap forward to. But if it's over a minute, it is going to be plus 1 lap.
Yeah. It's there. Stephen is highlighting in chat there that we're also not accounting for ignition off and on.
Agreed.
So yes, this all plays into the situation.
Okay.
But in an ideal world, we can look at these numbers and think about. Yeah, Arno Versage just got a 130-second penalty.
Wow.
Because he has done more than his 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, there we go. Good one. Well done. Thanks for working that out.
My question is his second driver
that's not
what
there
happened?
or not slow or what? Yeah. Either way, if his driver was there, they could have gone around 1 lap and come in and put the other driver in. He's driving to the end.
But that's it. Let me just quickly go and look. Arno Versage has done 107 laps.
Yeah. He's 2 laps ahead of second place in GT4. That's what I'm saying. They could have easily, if they're mistaken or didn't select the driver for the driver change, they could have just driven around and then come in on the next lap,
Dirk Brandt is 2 laps behind him. 130 seconds is 2 minutes and 10 seconds penalty. He is still in the lead because a lap is a minute and 50 seconds.
Yeah, I know. I got you. Well, look, that's the race thingy saying that. The official race rule said if there are 2 driver names, both drivers have to drive, and the one driver has to drive a minimum of 40 minutes. And that's not happened. So I think Arno, unfortunately, is going to end up with a DQ because of this.
That might be.
But it's for Ryan to make that call at the end of the day.
The big problem is Ryan is driving right now, so we can't even go and consult him.
No, we can't. And we're not going to. We're just going to let that go to the end. Bash asking what happened, and that Morgs Jr. just missed the fuel stop and didn't see his fuel tank and ran out of fuel by the looks of things. Do you get a DQ if you tow back to the garage with the return to garage? You don't get a DQ, but you get a 2.5 minute penalty.
Yes. So what Stephen is referencing there.
Yes.
Some leagues actually require the car to get back to pits under
its own steam.
Power.
Yeah.
And with a live steward, they can then explicitly issue a DQ if they notice that somebody jumped back to pits. Okay.
Well, let's see. We've got second place to resolve. Ross is look. Quaid and Bash are going to win this thing, hands down, because Ross is 23 seconds behind and still got a pit stop in hand. Ross just gently hit the side of Ryan Hill as they came out of Tosa. So Ross is now up the back of Morgan in the car. Morgan busy doing a drive back, currently in 10th, and he is 16 seconds off the back of Jason Gray in the BMW. Ross flashing for...
Marius, don't add a space in between the exclamation mark. You need to do it all in one go.
Yeah, no spaces.
Mark race fuel. We have 5 minutes left.
Like what Henry just did, that's it. Yeah,
yes.
So Walker, we're going to leave that up to Ryan because that was what was said in the driver's briefing. On the spotter's guide, we've got Arno Versage and JC Grobler as drivers of that BMW, and the minimum drive time is 40 minutes. So I'm sorry to say, but the way I see this, that's an illegal driving stunt, and they're going to have a DQ.
Yes, we did have a driver let us know that we can't, that he couldn't make it. So now I've forgotten who's doing the full 4-hour race.
Yeah, that's Chris in the BMW.
Yes.
But that was changed on driver stints, so we removed the other driver prior to the race start.
Yes. And there was opportunity many times while we were figuring out the server.
Yep.
So unfortunately, that's what's going to happen here.
So, if we say that is what's going to happen here, then what we are saying is currently Dirk Brand should essentially be in the lead. Again, this is us spitballing here. We're going to have to leave this up to Ryan Hill to make the final call on this. I mean, it's under 40 minutes, so that it's not like Honor can come in now and put the driver in. There's not 40 minutes left for him to drive. So that damage is done, whatever goes down there.
I mean, and that's ultimately part of racing.
It is. You got to. Yeah.
There's rules that you have to obey. It's unfortunate that this happens, but we'll have to see. My understanding is that you can get a disqualify because of that, but I'm not sure why the game is then showing a 130-second penalty. Why is it then allowing them to continue running, or is it still giving an opportunity to say, cool, continue running, but you will also have to take this penalty?
Yeah, got you.
There is a co-commentator that I'm going to quickly pull in.
Go and get them.
Hello, Mr. Nick Hodgson.
Is he there?
Hello, gents.
Hey, Nick.
How are you guys?
Hey, good, buddy. How are you, man?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Craziness in the Christmas period, but I hope
is.
everybody out there is doing very, very well. This race, though, hey? What a roller coaster it's been.
It's been
Yes,
amazing.
we've had two teams that were essentially top three. Both have major dramas and issues.
Yes,
and are not there. So
I mean, I must say on the McCall incident, Junior.
Yeah.
To me, that was a mistake by whoever his teammate.
His teammate is. I agree.
Yeah.
Either.
Time.
Yeah.
So I personally
Morgan
don't.
or Dad wasn't there to look over Junior and watch that strategy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I personally have only done one real endurance race. That was with Kieran and the boys for some race. So about halfway through this year. Anyway, the when we had a teammate, if you were driving, it was your teammate's job and responsibility to make sure that you're not, making silly mistakes, pushing too hard in a long race like this is a big thing. Eh?
Yeah.
Big thing. And also do all of the calculations for fuel and tire pressures. So like work out, okay guys, the next set of tires we put onto this car, do we need to up the pressures, down the pressures, all of that thinking.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
You take that away from the driver, and it's a big thing. So
and that's how teamwork should work.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And to be honest, that for me was by far and away the most fun thing about an endurance race like this, where you got to swap drivers and all of that stuff. The team aspect and that side of it was just that was just brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, look, I experienced that. Sorry, I'll give it to you now, Sass. But
no problem.
Last weekend was my first time I've done it, Nick, and it was the first time I've driven with my own teammates. So PWS on, we drove the 12 hours. I was with this frickin' aliens out there, and they did all the work. They explained, put the tire pressures here, do this, do that, and as you say, all you've got to basically do is just drive the car, and it does it works out really nicely.
Yeah, keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, other things like, this is a long race, eh? And I understand Imola seems to be a little bit iffy with its track cuts, but like, same with the setup of a car in a long race like this. Make it a bit safer, Don't push things too hard. Lose a couple of tenths a second a lap, and don't do a stop and go. Don't do a drive through. I mean, where's that put the Oaks back who've had them? Easier said than done. Absolutely. Drivers don't jump all over me.
Yeah, I wanted to add. So and people flame ACC for this a bit, but in ACC, your driver is responsible for changing the pit strat, so they can go and navigate the menu while driving, and they need
Correct.
to adjust pressures and stuff.
Yeah, but
In
your
a game like-
teammate essentially is telling you all of that,
Yes,
that's
yes. But that's very distracting. If you then go and look at a sim like iRacing,
Yeah.
where the teammate or spotter is actually allowed to make the changes
Oh, really?
themselves,
Okay.
that
that's brilliant.
really allows the driver to focus on just the driving.
Yeah.
It's to me it's a rather large shortcoming, and I feel the driver shouldn't be the one worrying about what to set things to. They can relay information to their teammate, as you would with a team principal or a race engineer. You can relay the information and say, this is happening, I think we need to do this, I think we need to do that, and they can make decisions on that.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the really fun part about an endurance race, is you get to focus a little less about the strategy while driving, but it's still uber important for the teammate to sit
yeah.
down and do all of that thinking. Once your stint is done, you don't just step away and say, cool, I'm going and taking a break. You're still sitting there chatting with your teammate, talking about what to change, what needs to happen, keeping track of the laps that you're doing, and making sure that you're not running into issues like running out of fuel.
So, just to interrupt now, we've got Rob McCall, Dad, on the YouTube channel saying he was there and watching. Apparently the engine blew up.
Oh, no.
But now, if the engine blows up, how can you carry on driving?
They jump back to pits, which would have repaired the car.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Does it
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would do.
Sure. I wonder how
That's-
that happened. Well, listen, I know it's doable because in our 12-hour, Kieran heard the Lexus and we had the engine light on orange for about 4.5 hours of that 12-hour stint. So we drove it to the end with the engine light on orange. So I know you can hurt the engine, but I didn't know that he had blown the engine.
Yeah, you gents were short shifting and making sure that
We
you were nursing that thing all the way.
Oh, so, okay, so if you emergency return to pit, you can repair a blown engine.
That's essentially what happens. I think the car's state gets reset when
Okay.
you jump to pits.
And then he unfortunately got the stop and go, so he had
Yeah.
to then come back in, and then they put Junior Morgan in the car.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks
Okay.
for the update there, sir. Right, here we go. We have, what do we have? 2:57. Okay, so the race should have finished at 3, but because we started late, we have 22 minutes left. So, Sass, you got to watch your stopwatch to end this competition then.
It's now time to end. That's what I was going to say.
Okay, so
Cool. So everybody's that entered, I am going to go do the rolling thing, just making sure that my name isn't on this list for whatever reason. And here we go.
okay, so everyone who's entered, that's it. Lindsay
Oh,
Hans.
Lindsay.
Way to go. So Lindsay Hans wins the button box.
That's fantastic. That is a properly good prize.
Yes. So Lindsay, just make sure to screen cap this so that we can verify and do all the things.
Yeah, please fire off an email to us at simracesa@gmail.com so that we've got correspondence, and then we can arrange via email on delivery address and all of that, buddy.
If you're looking for the email in writing, go to the SimRace South Africa channel, go to the About on YouTube, and you'll find the email address there.
And who was number one? Was Mark Henneberry, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Well done, chaps. That's it. Those are all the competitions done.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have competitions here, and this is such an awesome event to be running over the holiday period
is,
as
eh?
well.
Yeah.
This is proper.
Are you at home or have you gone away, Nick?
I'm actually at home, but
Okay.
we have everybody coming over for Christmas dinner and all sorts of things. So it's been all go here today.
Awesome.
But I got myself half an hour to come chat with you, Oaks.
Thanks, buddy. Well,
Thanks,
we're
man.
still in for a surprise finish here because Ross has got his strategy to play, and we're going to see if it plays out.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with him. I mean, he's clearly been running long. I've been paying attention, and he has run long, and that is certainly a strategy I would have considered running this race.
Yeah.
I know that the The Aston is pretty kind on its tires. It
Yeah.
doesn't use too much fuel either, so it does lend itself towards that strategy the same way that the Bentley does as well.
Correct.
Yeah, and you know that can it's certainly working out at the moment for them. I mean, up into second, you can't really complain at this stage. And yeah, we'll see what happens come the checkered flag.
Here he is. He's coming in now. So 20 minutes. I said 15 to 20 minutes. He's coming in.
So now it's all going to be about, does he lose that position?
Yeah, and did he hopefully he didn't speed over that line. So hopefully he's got his focus on. So let's see what happens here. We're switching to Lawrence Turner. Whoops, I need to close the door because my missus is home. The dogs are going mad. Okay, Lawrence Turner coming down to Aqua Minerale. Has the gap been big enough?
I mean, to me, it looked like Ross did make the line without speeding. So let's have a look what happens in the pit stop. Obviously,
yes.
This is going to be a bit of splash and dash. I don't expect a driver change either.
No.
I don't know about you guys.
He's rolling, buddy. Jeepers, he's on his way already.
Yep.
He's in and out. This has been an awesome strat. As long as he didn't speed and he doesn't get a stop go, it's done. They will be second and Lawrence Turner for Odin Racing third. He goes out the pits and it's all clear.
Looks like he's in second, yeah.
And Lawrence Turner is coming through the second Ravazza onto the start-finish line. So that's the gap done and dusted with 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Well done to them for securing that.
That was an awesome strategy, I tell you what.
Yeah, I see Philip in the chat is saying Ross is flying, and this guy has got it nailed on. I mean, that experience, he's been racing iRacing for an awful long time, and that's starting, well, not starting, that's definitely showing today.
He's definitely shown his pace.
Yeah.
So Nick, how much of the race have you seen? I can't remember when you joined.
So I joined in the commentary here just a few minutes ago, of course, but yeah, the actual race itself, I've been paying attention probably since I don't know, about 20 minutes or so in. But I must be honest, I've been listening to you guys a bit like I do the cricket over effectively the radio.
Yeah.
The phone in my pocket, listening to Yokes while I'm busy doing my Freddie Mercury impression and cleaning the house.
I will say that. I will say that I've found that endurance racing has become my new cricket. I really like just putting that on in the background.
Me too.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
Hearing the engines roar, it's like I can just go to sleep now and I'll be happy.
Yeah, exactly. I did the same with the Kyle Army 9 hour. It was great. Really worked well. But yeah, this I see we've got some real big names, and for a while I thought, geez, this race is just going to be the Mercedes show, but okay, I get you, the Mercedes engine is under the hood of these Astons, but got a Merc, a couple of Astons, another Merc, a Bentley, a Lexus. There's a bit of variety there, which is awesome.
From the start of the race to this picture has changed a lot, pal. The top 5 were Mercs. Now there's only 2 in the top 6. There's only 2 in the top 12. So yeah, there's been a big change going on. Yeah.
That shows the consistency, the importance of consistency and not making mistakes.
Exactly.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is over 3 odd hours. Like that's a lot of opportunity to make a mistake.
It is. Christopher Langeveld on the YouTube going GT3 for the win. So yeah, and the man's there himself. Thank you very much for the sponsored button box, Stephen. Really appreciate it.
I see Bash clapping away there as well.
Ivan Keremaker.
Craig Clarson's in the lead still of this race, 127-ish laps down.
Yeah, if you didn't see the beginning, Nick, you need to go and watch somewhere at least the first half an hour, 40 minutes, because they all stretched out, and then all of a sudden the 3 of them were together, and then there was racing, and it went berserk for a while between first, second, and third. They were
In fact, I tuned in as those 3 Mercs really closed up. It was amazing to watch.
Ross just did a send down the inside of the Lexus, and the Lexus said, no, I'm coming back at you. Sure. Okay, but he's pushing it. Let's see what this lap is.
Interesting that Charles didn't fall back into the slipstream.
No, the 44-1 on that last lap. Quaid 44.3, Lawrence a 43.9. So there's still 15 minutes to go. No one must give up here. Let's go and see what the GT4s are doing. So we obviously have to just take honor with a pinch of salt for now, because we don't know what's going to happen there. Dirk Brand is 24th overall on 115 laps, if you compare that to Quaid's 128. So not bad, but there is a substantial difference. Dirkie Swanepoel then is, let's see how far behind Dirkie is. It lists him as a whole lap, although Dirkie's coming into the second Ravazza now and onto the start-finish line, so he's going to go onto the same lap as what Dirkie's on now. So that gap then, Dirkie's just gone over the top of Variante Alta, so he's at least a minute ahead of Dirkie Swanepoel then in second place, or in third place. Yeah?
Yeah, and I'm just noticing like the GT4s are spread out by less than 5 laps.
The closest gap then is what you see on the screen now between Dirkie Swanepoel with Corne Breet, who is 6 seconds back in the other Camaro as they come through Tosa. So Corne Breet can see Dirkie Swanepoel up ahead of him, and Dirkie Swanepoel in return can see behind him. So these two are quite close between.
Looking at the last lap that Dirkie Swanepoel did, he did a 56 while Corne Breet was doing 53.
Yeah.
So there might be a possibility of still getting close enough if he can keep it up.
Exactly.
But it might have been just one bad lap.
Or traffic, or he might have had some issue with the GT3 car, you know. From Corne Breet backwards, so Stefan Herbst, Corne Breet's coming up, and Stefan Herbst is going through Tosa now, so that gap is at least 20 seconds, 25 seconds or so between them. And then Stefan Herbst back to Jotan van Aswegen, who's in the other Camaro, who's going over the start-finish line, and that gap also is at least 30 seconds, if not longer.
Yeah, so they're spread out by quite a bit.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm looking at the spread. Arno Versaghi is on lap 118, and Ryan Hill is on lap 113. I expect him to be crossing the finish line.
He's just
soon.
done it now.
Yeah. So that's a 4-lap difference.
Yeah, over for 7 cars.
Yeah, I must say, if I was in the race, I'd probably be finding myself in a GT4 car. I think these things are really good fun, and with Imola being the way it is, you know, you can really ride those curbs properly as well.
Yeah, that's true. There's a bunch of GT3s compiling past Ryan, and that Ryan currently bringing up the... Oh, and the GT3 just hammers that curve, the Lexus, and Ryan goes back past him.
Yep, you know, that's the difference. The GT4s are fine, the GT3s say, no, thank you, son.
Exactly. So they've got to all step out now and go back past Ryan as they go through Tosa and up over the top. That McLaren just cleared that car of Ryan's. Now the guys' awareness, spatial awareness, they need to just extend it a little bit more. It was a little too close for my liking. We saw a few incidents at the beginning of the race with GT3 cars, you know, hitting and driving into and banging on GT4 cars.
Yeah, I mean, the GT3s and the GT4s, just raw pace-wise, you know, that down the straight, there's not too much difference between them. Of course, the big difference is through the corners, so that's often what will catch the GT3 drivers out, and often what will make them think that, yes, I've really got to dive bomb this oak, or whatever the case is generally because they know they can't just blast past him on the straight,
exactly,
or not as easily as they would. So yeah, that's often where the frustration comes in, but you just got to be patient as a driver, and that's again where your teammate can come in and say, right, GT4's ahead, be careful, you're probably going to catch them here, there, or wherever, and good passing point will be had.
Yeah, so I just received a message from Robert McCall confirming That was an engine blow up.
Sure.
It's something you need to. If you're not aware of it, over revving the engine can hurt it in the long run. I haven't seen it happen myself in these 4-hour races. But you need to learn to keep an eye out on all of the HUD icons so that you know what's going on and see it happening in real time.
I'm just trying to have a quick sandwich here because I'm starving. But what I can add is Kieran hurt our car, and it happened on the downshifting. So you use the engine braking, and if you put the car into too high revs, it then hurts it, and that's what happened in our Lexus.
Oh yes.
Interesting, eh? So you go fourth, third, second, first, all the way down to first to use engine braking, and dish, the light came on, and he said, "Oh, I've just hurt the engine."
Yeah, and I personally love using the engine to help slow the car down. So it's definitely part of my driving style.
We had to throw first gear braking out the window and then short shift everything else to save the engine.
So I'm curious now, though. Does that mean the Lexus doesn't have an engine limit protector on it for downshifts, or?
Good question.
Because I've hammered that in the Ferrari, and I've never really noticed it. Like complaining on its dash about overrating.
There's a drive-through for Ronald Charles in 6th place.
Oh no! It's so late in the race.
Yeah, that's gonna really hurt him now. No time to come back from that one.
Yeah. Well, let's go and focus and see where the gap is. But to answer you, I don't know. I don't believe they have any form of protection. They're obviously running this as real as possible.
Yeah.
And if you over-rev that car like we did, you're gonna hurt it. And possibly that's then what little Junior did. He just apparently
it's part of learning this craft and seeing what is possible and what happens.
But you've got to like it for that part of the reality, though.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But I also tell you one thing: is learning the hard way is certainly the best way to learn. When you make a mistake like that, you're not going to make a mistake like that again.
Exactly. So, like after 8 hours, you have to go and do that to the car. You know, that kind of story.
Yep.
There's 7 minutes left. Can we pull in Philip for a quick interview before the race?
Sure. I'm just going on mute for a bit.
Well, then Nick and I will run with this. Hello, Philip.
Hola, hola.
How are you? Bad luck.
Not too happy. I was on a banger recovery drive. But I was a bit tired after my second stint. I had to double stint since Chantal didn't really feel too well. She had food poisoning last week, so yeah. And I had to do a double stint. But yeah, in the end, we were 18th coming out of the pits, and then all the way up into 6th. I don't ask how. These oaks are something else. But yeah, I was going through Paterson, and all of a sudden Chantal tells me I'm in a tree.
Oh no!
Sure.
And then every car behind in front of me starts flying, and I'm like, oh no, please not again, because this has happened before in race face with the Spa 6 hour.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's really unfortunate to have internet problems like that.
Yeah, and I was having such a good fight with Ronald Charles, and I think it was Isherwood and Gray, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we had a good fight.
Ultimately, that's part of racing, and you can't really do anything about that situation. You just have to run with it. Like in meat space racing, your engine can break and your transmission can blow.
Yeah.
But in here we can have technical difficulties like internet and stuff not working. So yeah, it's unfortunate to hear, man.
Yeah, and it was such a fun race as well. These Zerks are the opposite of what Jordan said, but I'm not going to go into that. But Zerks are really nice on the track, and the GT4 didn't really give me any issues, which is a good thing.
Oh, that's good to hear, man.
Yeah, it does seem like most people are working their way through the side of things, having a double stint like that.
Sorry, say again. I was cutting out there.
I was wondering the fatigue side of things. How are you coping with that with double stinting?
You know, being a type 1 diabetic, it's quite sketchy and risky. But yeah, let's say that my bottom was not happy with me in the last 30 minutes. And I was semi glad, but also not, because it was such a good recovery race.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Philip. I really sympathize with you, and you know, it just shows what effort it takes just to get the cars to the end of the race.
Yeah, no, this is a grueling track. It's a track where you can easily make a mistake and go off or lose about 5 seconds in a lap. And these Oaks, last stint's going to be hard for them. This last 5 minutes or 4 minutes. And I see there's a few battles going on now.
Yeah, we're in the throes of this race, almost at the finish line.
Yeah, and I also see saw one of the Lexuses got a drive through. Who was it? Was it I think it was Childs.
One of those Childs. Yeah, Ronald Childs got a drive through, and it looks like he's fallen down a fair bit. He's come out into 9th, and I think he was around 5th, 6th, somewhere around there.
No, that's very unlucky.
Yeah, with, you know, sort of 10 minutes to go to get a drive through like that, there's no time to recover or anything. You've just got to take the pain and hope that it doesn't come out too badly. But it has promoted Van Mansberg up in the Bentley to 5th.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Which is nice to see, a Bentley runner.
Oh yeah, the old Bentley.
Yeah.
Let's just take a moment here to give Chris DeSantis a round of applause, because he's now been sitting and driving for the best part of 5 hours on his own.
Is he a solo driver?
He's a solo driver. He did quali all on his own, and he's driven this whole race on his own. He's currently in 10th place in the BMW.
Wow.
That is impressive. That really is impressive.
So
it's really good.
In our 12 hour, I did a total of 4 hours, and I know exactly how that feels, but I had gaps in between them. So for him to do it in one sitting, sheepers.
Yeah, no, the 12 hour, even for us, was really grueling, even though I did 3 hours?
Yeah.
It was
difficult.
Some cars here suffer from curbolitis, sausage curbolitis.
I heard about this.
Especially at Villeneuve and and the chicane. Oh my word!
Yeah, that chicane was tough. So we got 2.5 minutes left here. We are pretty much at the end of the race as far as everything goes, and I can't see much changing.
It's been a dry race the whole time as well.
Yeah, the weather didn't do much. He did have variability on, but not as high as what Jason puts it on. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what happens when Daniel Haynes doesn't get involved.
Exactly.
and need his monsoon to be happy.
Okay, but yeah, guys, it was a fun race. Thank you to all the people involved in making this happen.
Awesome, Philip. Thanks, man.
It was a very fun race until the end. And yeah, it looks like other guys are enjoying it as well.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
I think get a new service provider to solve your problems, buddy.
We've actually upgraded today. We're on unlimited 5G.
Okay, there you go.
What a great upgrade.
yeah, no, it's way better. But yeah, okay.
With about a minute and a half to go, I just want to say that anybody who's enjoyed this today, come join SimRace SA. The leagues will of course be starting at the end of January, I think. Around end of January, beginning of Feb. And of course the GT3s will be back in Assetto Corsa Competizione. We've also got our British Touring Car Series, which personally I could not be more excited for. Yep. I will be there like a bear. That's going to be, in my opinion, the best series we're going to run next year.
Yeah.
And of course we'll have our single seaters, our F3 series, the GP series as we call it. Both of those run in Assetto Corsa still. And yeah, that's always proved to be a very, very tight series. There's quite a few drivers now at the sharp end of that field challenging for championships. So join us for that. And apparently there's a rumored sort of Legends series as well. So that may or may not happen. I think Ryan's still keeping that under wraps at the moment, but lots to look forward to. So come join.
Excellent wrap up there, Nick. Thanks, buddy. We were just watching Lawrence Sterner going around the outside of the Camaro through Tamburello, and it was all good. He's running a little bit wide here, so I think 15 seconds to go. It's pretty much we're down to the last lap. Let's go and see where Quaid is. Did Lawrence just spin? No, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, so a great podium. A Merc on the top spot. It looks like it's going to be.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, Sterner had run wide. That's
Okay.
what you were seeing.
That's what I saw.
But yeah, Merc on the top step. It looks like it'll be with 2 Aston Martins. Ross Bartle with a very, very brave strategy.
Yep.
Certainly turned out. I mean, he was all the way down as 6th, 7th for a long time.
Yeah.
And yeah, what a fantastic endurance race.
So that's what have we got here? We've got ATK winning. We've got the Monkeys coming second and Odin racing third. Very good. As he flashes his lights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for GT3. And
for GT3.
in the GT4, we've got Anu Fasagi. We'll have to see what the game does to that.
Yes, because of course he's led for an awful long time, being a bit of a class of his own. But with that 130-second penalty,
he's still leading though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see what Ryan says here, because there's
that
the
was
DSQ.
disqualified.
He's just disqualified. Bad luck there, buddy. But I'm sorry. That was the rules there. So Dirkie Swanepoel, Dirk Brand at least, is over the Porsche, and he has taken the win for the GT4s. So it's Dirk Brand from Dirkie Swanepoel from Corne Briet. So
Well done.
By Clausen's from Ross Bartle from Lawrence Sterner. Lawrence Sterner still going around the top, over the top of the Variante Alta and down to Ravazza curves. I think you're going to have to go and find Quaid and Bash.
I'm doing that right now.
And
Here they come.
And or Dirk Brand and his teammate.
Yeah, we'll quickly find Quaid and Bash. And
Okay,
we'll
dokes.
chat to them, and then I'll pull Dirk and yeah.
yeah, certainly that GT4 is going to cause a little bit of consternation. I think there's going to be people with opinions left, right, and center on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you say, rules are rules.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if your other driver wasn't going to enter, you had to have told Ryan and or myself before the start of quali at least.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
So
Bash and Quaid, welcome. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
yo, the boys.
We don't know how we did that.
I'll tell you exactly how you guys did that, by keeping it simple and keeping your cool, keeping your heads. Everybody else, you know, who were ahead of you at some stage seemed to have problems that, you know, they maybe could have been avoided. You know, they I assume have their own opinions on that, but the fact is, you guys kept your heads, kept it clean, and look where it got you.
Yeah, I think both of us are a bit dumbstruck here now because we didn't expect that. But yeah, it was a good race. Quaid did epic. I mean, for no prep at all, he did solid. And yeah, overall, really happy with this.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done, Bash.
Yeah, well done, guys.
And well done, Quaid.
And to ATK as well, of course, your team. And you know, is this what we're going to see in the new season? Are we looking at the new ATK car, or are you guys looking elsewhere for that?
No, you probably are looking at the new ATK car.
Oh, you stick to that, because the BOP is happening tonight, and I think PWSR is going to come and kick your bums.
We look forward to it.
No, that's fantastic. So, I mean, how are you finding the new car, Bash? Obviously, you were in the Porsche. I think we asked Quaid a little earlier in the day, but you were in the Porsche before. Now you're in the Merc.
It's a bit of an adjustment, eh? I'm not gonna lie. It's not. It took a while to get used to, because I'm still doing the accelerating while braking thing to keep the back end in check in the Porsche. But for the Merc, it just doesn't slow the car down, so I tend to go wide here and there. But overall, the car is very much balanced. It feels a lot better than the older Merc. In terms of understeer, there's a lot less of it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure with some tuning and fine tuning, it should be solid.
Bash, you've got a new label according to Raymond on YouTube. Bash the Goat.
The goat.
I don't have a beard yet, Raymond. I'm sorry.
And I mean, Quaid, you seem to get up to speed exceptionally quickly. How did you manage to do that?
He
Luck.
doesn't even know.
No, Bash did a fantastic job on the setup. He really put all the work into it, so the car was feeling solid. Yeah, and I just enjoyed driving it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well done, guys.
Well
That's
done, guys.
a fantastic win and a great end of the year, I guess.
Thanks to you guys as well for this awesome event. I think it was a good change from the normal sprint races that we have. So
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
hope we see more of them.
definitely. We're looking at making other plans and see what we can sort out. So yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Fantastic, everybody.
Cheers.
Great. Cool. Cheers, gents.
Sas, can you find the
I'll
other
find
chaps?
them quickly. So Dirk and Waldo Swigger. Hello, Dirk and Waldo.
Yo.
Congratulations, guys. You
Well
officially
done, boys.
a win.
Thank you very much.
How did you find that? GT4s, what a challenge, eh?
Well, that was a real mission. I honestly feel bad for Arno, but he really had the pace the whole day
Yeah.
and the whole week. But yeah, unfortunately, rules are rules.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
Exactly.
we've been saying up here in the commentary booth. But yeah, I mean, you guys drove brilliantly, and took the spoils at the end of the day. Talk us through your car choice. Why did you go with what you went with?
I'll leave that one for Dirk.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, it was a toss-up between GT3 and GT4, and yeah, we thought let's mix it up a little and give the GT4s a turn. On the one hand, I was a little felt sorry for the small GT4 field, so I opted for the GT4 to fill that up a bit. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to pick that again. not soon. It was quite a mission. But and the Porsche we picked, I think, just for stability. For me personally,
Yeah.
it felt most stable. I really struggled with some of the other cars. Kudos to Arno. Is it Arno? Sorry,
Yeah, Arno.
Sasaki, on
Yeah.
the M4 to get that to work, because I really struggled to get it to work. But well done. I'm also got it for him. We were not sure what's going on right until the end. So actually, after the race, this is the first time I saw that we were given P1.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys did well, Dirk. Even with us disturbing you and causing you to spin 14 times, buddy, you still made it.
I'm so embarrassed by that. It was all my fault. Don't worry about that. You see, the thing what happened is I was the crew chief and you spoke at the same time, so I was completely
Right, okay.
concentrating on trying to hear what's
Sensory
going on.
overload.
Yes, let's go with that. Yes.
Well, awesome. Well done, guys.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good. We will see you in the new year, hopefully, and a lot of new racing coming everyone's way.
Yes, when's the Kailami 9 hour?
We'll have to work our way up to that.
Yeah.
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 So.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for hosting a great event as well.
Awesome. Thanks. Well done. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Shut up.
All right, so there we go. And Nick, the 4 hours is done. I wonder if Ryan's around. Maybe he wants to come and have a little say something. Ryan, if you can hear us, come and join us quickly, my friend. I'm sure he's here somewhere. But
He's frantically probably looking at stuff now.
yes, that's also true. Sorry, I forgot to then add on to that.
He just uploaded the stuff.
Yeah.
The results.
The results. He's put all the results up under the SRSA news channel on our Discord channel, so you'll be able to go and see the official results and everything there. He did say he was going to do that straight away, so that's all cool.
Yes.
Good.
Here he is. Here he is.
Here he is. Here he is.
Hey, Alan. Nick Sass.
Hi. How you,
How's it,
buddy?
yeah, good and you, thanks.
Are you hammered?
Sweating.
Are you tired?
Oh, I am so hot and sweaty, and I'm sure the body odor is not great right now. 4 hours in that little GT4 is hard work. I reckon it's harder than the GT3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was super fun though.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, overall, I can only commend everybody like making the arrangements for this. Like, this was really fun. I was gutted when I couldn't take part, but when I realized I can still commentate, it's like, yes,
Yeah, exactly.
I can be part.
Yeah, thanks, Sess. Thanks, Al.
Awesome, man. Good. There was a good fair number of issues as you've caught up on the YouTube, and those people who had problems and issues and so on. So it was a fun-filled event, but there was certainly a lot of twists in the tail at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I saw some penalties cropping up and everything. So, yeah.
Good, man. All right. Well, I'm done then. I think I'm going to say all good and dusted. Thanks to everybody who joined on the YouTube. Well done to Mark Hennebury and Lindsay Hunts for winning our prizes. And anything else you guys want to say?
Just
sign up.
Yeah, sign up, join. Come join SimRace SA. We'd love to have more people. Always good to have more people. It's good fun, and great community of people.
Yeah, I can't really top that. I'd just say if you're not part of our Discord already, join that. It's the source of information and has everything you need to know for signing up for the new season.
Exactly. Okay. Cool. Well, I think that's it from us. So we're going to all say goodbye, and we'll see you in the new year. Hopefully 2021's a better year than this one's been.
Yeah. We'll see you all then.
Thanks, everyone. Ciao.